Chapter 5093. Phew! Phew! A faint sonic boom could be heard. In the dark void, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body moved side by side. Their speed was very fast as their figures streaked across the void like two beams of light. Behind them, Shi Wanjin, who had concealed his figure and converged his aura, was like a tail that was closely tailing Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body. As the three of them had the same cultivation level, first-order desolate supremacy, and Shi Wanjin had deliberately concealed himself, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher did not notice anything behind them. Again, in addition, they were very far away from each other, maintaining a distance of more than 100 billion kilometers. Therefore, as the three of them traveled in pairs, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body did not reveal their tails, but at that moment, the edge of the desolate forbidden grounds could be seen in the void ahead. When one extended their spiritual perception, they could sense a large number of ferocious beast auras. This was a sign that they had encountered a ferocious beast forbidden grounds. Although the desolate forbidden grounds had recently appeared in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, its strength was not to be underestimated. Sit, the strongest expert in the desolate forbidden grounds, primeval heaven's eye, was a powerful existence at the 8th order of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th order realm. Apart in addition, there were nearly 10 powerful generals at the early and middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm in the desolate army under him. Among them was the mysterious weeping soul blood ape. After the desolate forbidden grounds occupied the desolate forbidden grounds, the situation had long spread to the outside world. Now, the edge of the desolate forbidden grounds could be seen in the distance. Shi Wanjin, who had been following behind Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, did not dare to act rashly. He finally stopped. His lightning poison tribulation body was extraordinary. Ever since he entered the desolate supremacy realm, he had even awakened various mystic techniques in his bloodline, making him extremely powerful. However, he had limited time to grow. His cultivation level was only at the first-order desolate supremacy realm. Facing the desolate forbidden grounds with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over it, no matter how unwilling Shi Wanjin was, he could only stop helplessly in the dark void that was more than 100 billion kilometers away from the desolate forbidden grounds. If not, it was highly likely that he would be discovered the moment he entered the desolate wilderness forbidden ground. To a true heavenly Tao realm expert, a first-order desolate supremacy was nothing more than an ant. No matter how special this ant was and how powerful and miraculous his bloodline was, he was still just an ant after all. He couldn't do anything, and he couldn't escape detection. After a while, Shi Wanjin stopped helplessly, but he didn't leave. Instead, he concealed himself and stayed in the dark void hundreds of billions of miles away from the forbidden area. He seemed to be unwilling to give up. He had to wait until Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher walked out of the great desolate forbidden land. Wrong. Now, when Shi Wanjin stopped in the dark void 100 billion miles away from the edge of the untainted star area, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had already rushed into the star area of the untainted star area. They came out of seclusion this time and headed to the left bank of the Milky Way. Their destination was the untainted forbidden land. Obviously, they heard the news of the untainted forbidden land after they came out of seclusion, so they hurried over. Bai Xinghua and the primeval heaven's eye were in cahoots, and they were Xinghua's followers. They were inseparable from the heavenly Tao's green eye, as though they were family. Screech. And at the instant Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher rushed into the untainted forbidden land, a shocking screech sounded from the deepest depths of the untainted forbidden land. The screech was clearly the weeping soul sanguine ape's voice. The weeping soul sanguine ape was only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He wasn't the strongest general under the primeval heaven's eye, but his status was extremely special. It was because his bloodline divine power was just too astounding. Back when they were fighting over the untainted forbidden land, the weeping soul sanguine ape had also let out such a screech. Back then, as the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the weeping soul sanguine ape's head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples. Even the sky-eyed sanguine ape, who was stronger than him and had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, was unable to resist it. Caught off guard, his consciousness was instantly pulled into an illusion, falling into a daze. If not for that, the sky-eyed sanguine ape would not have been so easily killed by the primeval heaven's eye. At that moment, the reason why the weeping soul sanguine ape suddenly let out such a screech was clearly because it had sensed the auras of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. To be precise, it had sensed the soul auras of the two followers of Xinghua who had possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Although the screech was astounding, it exuded a mysterious and profound intent. It left one shuddering in fear, but it clearly exuded a thick sense of pleasant surprise that couldn't be dispersed. Back then, the guest from the mother planet, Xinghua, had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his race by his side. Among them, 3 were human descendants and 2 were ferocious beasts. Among the 2 ferocious beasts, one was the weeping soul sanguine ape and the other was the desolate ancient mosquito. Today, the other 2 of the 3 human followers had long perished. Of the 5 followers by Xinghua's side, only the weeping soul sanguine ape, the desolate ancient mosquito that had possessed Shui Ben's body, and the human expert that had possessed Mosquito Butcher's body. Under such circumstances, how could the trio not be pleasantly surprised when they met? Furthermore, the weeping soul sanguine ape had left Xinghua many years ago and followed by the primeval heaven's eye's side. This was likely an arrangement between the primeval heaven's eye and Xinghua. All these years, the weeping soul sanguine ape had never appeared. It didn't appear by Xinghua's side or the primeval heaven's eye's side. He had likely been arranged by the primeval heaven's eye to enter seclusion in an unknown void. This could be seen from the fact that his cultivation level had already reached the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm upon his reappearance. After all, the 5 followers by Xinghua's side back then had similar cultivation levels. Although, the desolate ancient mosquito that had possessed Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies and the human expert had self-destructed when helping Xinghua enter the Milky Way stellar domain, resulting in a drop in their cultivation levels after the possession. They were only at the 1st stage of the desolate supremacy realm. But in fact, before they self-destructed their bodies, they were far from reaching the heavenly Dao realm. 3 after not seeing each other for a long time, they naturally couldn't avoid reminiscing when they suddenly reunited. All of this did not alarm anyone else. In the vast primeval Forbidden Grounds stellar domain, no other experts or ferocious beasts rushed out from the abandoned planets. The vast Forbidden Grounds stellar domain was extremely quiet. In the dark void, only the weeping soul sanguine ape that had shrunk its body, Shui Ben that had transformed into a remnant, and Mosquito Butcher's body were communicating with each other. Boom! Rumble! Rip! At this moment, in the Forbidden Grounds void 100 billion miles to the right, there was a sudden rumble of thunder, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. A void rift appeared out of nowhere, and from it came the voice of the primeval heaven's eye. So you are back? In that case, we can set a trap and lure the magic hall master, Yixian. Forbidden Grounds stellar domain. Boom. In the vast Forbidden Grounds stellar domain, it was extremely quiet. In the dark void, only the weeping soul sanguine ape that had shrunk its body, Shui Ben that had transformed into a remnant, and Mosquito Butcher's body were communicating with each other. Boom! Rumble! Rip! At this moment, in the Forbidden Grounds void 100 billion miles to the right, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. A void rift appeared out of thin air, and from it came the voice of the primeval heaven's eye. So you are back? In that case, we can set a trap and lure the magic hall master, Yixian. Whoosh! As the voice of this divine sense sounded, it was followed by an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air. A figure rushed out from the crack in the void. It was the green eye of the way of the heavens, which was the size of a star and looked like a vertical eye. It looked ferocious and terrifying. It had just finished the battle in the demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds and rushed back from there. This time, the reason why the primeval heavens I went to the demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds in the right section of the left bank of the Milky Way was not because of Yixian. At that time, he had only heard about the mysterious remnant expert and was interested in the heavenly Dao treasure medicine in his hands. What he never expected was that after arriving at the demonic wolf Forbidden Grounds, he discovered that the mysterious remnant expert was actually his old rival, the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Even more, what he didn't expect was that the current Yi Xian's cultivation had actually reached the late stage of the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Although this cultivation was achieved through some kind of heaven-defying bloodline ability, his combat strength was solid, without the slightest bit of water. Back then, the primeval heavens, I did not even think much of Yi Xian. The only thing that made him take seriously was the headless infant corpse that had been parasitizing his body for some unknown reason. Later, he was used by the headless infant corpse. With the help of various forces, he attacked the invisible light curtain formed by the powerful primordial chaos void nomological power that enveloped the Milky Way star domain. This caused the headless infant corpse to successfully rush into the interior of the Milky Way star domain like Xing Bo. At that time, with the support of the heaven-defying bloodline ability that he grasped, although Yi Xian already had the combat strength of the 3rd level of the heavenly Dao realm, the green eyes of the primordial heavenly Dao still didn't truly look him in the eye. Even when he forced Yi Xian away in the final battle in the primordial world, he did not think much of him. However, everything changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, when he and Yi Xian encountered each other in the primordial chaos void, the other party's combat strength had actually reached the 7th level of the heavenly Dao realm. Such an astounding cultivation speed instantly made the primeval heavens feel threatened. Furthermore, it was an extremely strong threat. Now, with the support of his heaven-defying mystic technique, the Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian's strongest combat strength was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Yet, he was able to use the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed from the Blood Sea mystic technique, as well as the Heaven's Fall Bao, the Farmer God Cauldron, the 9-colored Flame Sea, and other powerful divine powers, bloodline mystic techniques, and primordial treasures to force him to the point where he did not dare to make a move easily. In the end, he was able to calmly escape. Now, if he was given a little more time to grow, how could he suppress him when his combat strength reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm? This was definitely not an exaggeration. It was extremely likely. Heavens, it was extremely difficult for a Dao realm cultivator to advance even a single level. However, the Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian's cultivation speed was already heaven-defying. Furthermore, he was not at the true heavenly Dao realm, but a paragon of primordial. As such, the difficulty of improving his cultivation level by 1 stage was much, much lower than his own, and it was because of this that the primeval heavens finally began to take Yi Xian seriously. This was the first time he thought so highly of a paragon of primordial that had yet to step into the true heavenly Dao realm. Originally, the primeval heavens was still in a dilemma as to how to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. It could even be said to be worried. But now, as he returned from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, he suddenly saw Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who had rushed over to meet him as soon as they heard the news. This problem was immediately solved. It was simply a pleasant surprise to him, which was why he said those words just now. Roar! Screech! Screech! Whoosh! 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 At that moment, with the return of the primeval heaven's eye, a voice transmission was transmitted. Instantly, frenzied roars and screeches sounded from the abandoned planets in the primeval desolate forbidden ground. Subordinates at the paragon of primordial realm did not have the right to make a sound. At that moment, there were only 9 frenzied roars and screeches. They were the other 9 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals under the primeval heaven's eye. Very quickly soon, before the earth-shattering roars and sinister howls could be heard, 9 massive beasts rushed out from their respective cave abode stars. They were all existences at the heavenly Dao realm, and the auras they emitted were extremely ancient. In a blink of an eye, 11 heavenly Dao realm experts gathered in the void. Bao, the 10 ferocious beast generals of the primordial forbidden land, including the weeping soul blood ape, surrounded the primordial heavenly Dao azuride, who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He was not far from the peak heavenly Dao realm of the 9th stage of perfection. Of course, apart from the 11 powerful heavenly Dao realm existences, there were 2 other figures in the void. They were Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Snatch after abandoning Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies, the desolate mosquito and another human expert, as well as the other 9 heavenly Dao realm experts under the primeval heaven's eye, were clearly no strangers to them. This point could be seen from the fact that they remained standing in the void while facing the 9 massive heavenly Dao realm beasts with extremely powerful auras. Yet, their expressions remained the same. It was obvious that something was amiss. In fact, as the 9 powerful heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts approached, the expressions on Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's faces did not remain unchanged. Hidden, their cheeks seemed to twitch a few times, and the expression on their faces also revealed an awkward expression. This was to be expected. Everyone present was a supreme existence at the heavenly Dao realm. And after the 2 of them self-destructed their bodies, although they immediately found the most suitable targets to possess, they had yet to devour the soul that originally resided in the body they possessed. Their cultivation levels remained stagnant and were only at the first level of the desolate supremacy realm. With such a cultivation level, they were facing 11 supreme existences at the heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, they were old acquaintances. Furthermore, one of them was their good brother, the weeping soul blood ape. It would be strange if the 2 of them did not have any thoughts or feelings of embarrassment. There's no need to worry. As long as we capture the Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian and obtain the heaven-defying mystic techniques and top-grade resources he possesses, I have my means to allow you to quickly advance to the heavenly Dao realm. At that moment, a green beam flashed in the primeval heaven's eyes as a deep voice sounded through the void. However, the 2 of you are of utmost importance in this matter. You have to personally enter the green urn as bait. Faced with more than 10 old acquaintances, including the weeping soul blood ape, who were all heavenly Dao realm experts, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher immediately felt embarrassed. Their cheeks twitched a few times. There's no need to worry. As long as we capture the Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian, and obtain the heaven-defying mystic techniques and top-grade resources he possesses, I have my means to allow you to quickly advance to the heavenly Dao realm. This scene did not escape the primeval heaven's eye's perception. One green beam flashed in the vertical eye that was as large as a star. A deep voice that exuded boundless might resounded through the void. However, the 2 of you are of utmost importance in this matter. You have to personally enter the green urn as bait. As soon as these words were heard, in the left side of the forbidden area of the primitive universe, inside the numerous starships, fortresses, and star fortresses, the high-level leaders from the 3 main planes of the universe were all shocked. Their hearts suddenly sank, and they even subconsciously held their breaths. Even their bodies were slightly trembling. Among them, there was the silhouette of the immortal emperor, as well as the various lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the grand elders of the Temple of Glory. In any case, countless champions from various races from the 3 main planes were gathered here, standing amidst all sorts of warships, fortresses, star fortresses, and galactic battleships. Ever since the fragments of the primeval world were reunited as if a mirror had been broken and the primeval world reappeared, every living being in that world had become the slaves of the heavenly Dao's eye. Heavens! Perhaps the slumbering patriarchs of various eras, be it primordial paragons or primordial paragons, had all been awakened. Even so, against the immeasurably powerful primeval heaven's eye, they could only grit their teeth and be enslaved by the primeval heaven's eye. Even if they had entered the legendary primeval void, they had lost their freedom. Moreover, everyone knew that the heavenly Dao was heartless. They knew that their existence was nothing more than cannon fodder sacrificed in a special moment in the eyes of the primeval heaven's eye. One point was that since the appearance of the forbidden land of the primitive universe and seizing this vast star field as a place to live, those abandoned stars were all occupied by the ancient army of ferocious beasts under the command of the green eyes of the heavenly Dao. However, they could only live in a sea of battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses. 1 or 2 points could be seen. Humans, their families didn't care about them at all. They were treated as the lowest class of slaves and kept in captivity. Even so, no one dared to show their hatred despite knowing that, unless they were not afraid of being destroyed in body and soul. But, therefore, as the primordial heavenly Dao's green eye migrated from the primordial world's doomsday void where the power of the heavenly Dao nomological laws was gradually depleted, Almost all the living beings in front of the three great starry sky masters were filled with endless regret. Compared to their experience, the subordinates of the magic hall had also been brought to this mysterious and ancient primeval void. However, Yixian had not brought them here to enslave them, but to protect them. The difference between them was needless to say. But, therefore, their hearts had long been filled with regret. It was also because of this that when they suddenly heard that the primeval heavens I was going to set up a bait to lure Yixian here to capture and kill, the higher-ups of the various races and forces from the three great starry sky masters were so worried. Inside this huge star fortress, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Cyan Rock clan, Battle Lion clan, Inji clan, Barbarian Bull clan, Golden Eagle clan, Colorful Python clan, Greedy Wolf clan, and Tree Spirit clan from the second universe, along with the elders at the desolate venerable realm, sighed and shook their heads with bitter smiles. The same scene was playing out in the command center of the colossal star fortress where the higher-ups of the former slave races were gathered in the first universe, just as if it was replicated. And, compared to them, the leaders of the two great human factions were even more worried. In the everlasting star of the human faction, the leaders of the human faction such as the Immortal Emperor, the leaders of the human faction in the Sky End Palace that resembled an energy vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent. And, without exception, all of them were shaking their heads and sighing silently. Inwardly, however, they were praying for Yixian, hoping that he would not fall for the bait and come here personally. After all, even if they were not on good terms with Yixian, master of the magic hall, and could even be said to be enemies, they were now completely enlightened. In their opinion, if there was any hope of escaping the primeval heaven's eye, that hope was clearly tied to Yixian, and definitely not to anyone else. Therefore, no matter what, they did not wish for anything to happen to Yixian, because that would be tantamount to their last strand of hope being completely extinguished. The primeval heaven's eye was unaware of all this. In fact, it would not care even if it knew. And, in its eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. The reason it brought them out of the primeval world was to use them as cannon fodder in the future. The strongest of them was merely the prime of the ancients, and there was not even a single heavenly Dao tier being among them. What could they do in front of it? Frish, boom, boom, rumble. Just as the countless experts from the various races and powers of the three great starry skies were all deeply worried and secretly worried about Yixian, a series of earth-shattering howls and roars suddenly sounded out from the void of the great desolate forbidden area in front of them. And thunderous booms resounded incessantly. Because, after Sanguine Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were acting as bait, nodded after some thought, the primeval heaven's eye and its 10 heavenly Dao realm generals, including the weeping soul Sanguine Ape, immediately took action. The gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star shot out an azure-colored beam of light that spanned 5,000 kilometers. The azure-colored beam of light was extraordinarily powerful. The primeval heaven's eye had clearly attacked with all its might. With a sweep of the azure-colored beam of light, even the extremely firm primordial chaos void was torn apart, forming a gigantic rift that spanned 500 billion kilometers. And, furthermore, the rift did not immediately close. The edges of the rift shimmered with azure-colored light. It was this energy that prevented the rift from closing. At the same time, the 10 heavenly Dao realm experts, including the weeping soul Sanguine Ape, took action simultaneously. A beam of light shot out from each of their bodies and entered the void rift. With a loud boom, a gigantic energy urn that spanned 500 billion kilometers gradually took form. This was a joint effort of 11 heavenly Dao realm experts, including the primeval heaven's eye. It was a black hole that resembled a stellar vortex. The only difference was that its interior was sealed. There was only one entrance. None regardless of who it was. If they were to enter without permission, the outcome would be no different from inviting the enemy into a trap. Phew! Phew! In an instant, there was a faint whistling sound in the void. With the formation of this giant green urn, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher did not hesitate at all. With a shake of their shoulders, they turned into a ray of light and rushed into the giant green urn. At the bottom of the azure urn, they sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. Chapter 5094. As the 11 Heavenly Tao Realm experts, including the primeval Heaven's Eye, attacked with all their might, they opened up a gigantic green urn that resembled a black hole or a stellar vortex in the void of the primeval desolate star domain. Without any hesitation, Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies transformed into beams of light as they charged into the green urn that was sealed at the bottom and had only an entrance. They arrived at the deepest region of the green urn and sat cross-legged, closing their eyes. Whoosh! Rumble! Instantly, the primeval Heaven's Eye's gigantic green vertical eye shot out an azure beam of light, concealing everything inside the green urn's entrance. All that could be seen in the void was a void rift about 5 million kilometers in diameter. The edges of the rift shimmered with azure light, preventing it from repairing itself under the influence of the powerful primordial chaos void laws. Until everything inside the void rift was no longer visible. It was extremely hazy, but one could vaguely sense Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's auras. The void urn, which had an interior that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers, was jointly constructed by 11 powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences. However, the edges of the void rift that shimmered with a faint azure glow was constantly draining the primordial Heavenly Tao's green eye's strength. Just from this point, one could tell the price it had paid, as well as how firm its resolve was. If Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were at the bottom of the green urn, were only bait. Their goal was to lure the Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian, into the green urn, allowing the primeval Heaven's Eye to catch a turtle in a urn. If this was the case, it was an overt scheme. After all, the sudden appearance of a void rift that spanned 5 million kilometers in the void, with its edges shimmering with a mysterious azure light, and the location of the rift was in the primeval desolate star domain. With everything put together, even a fool could see the problem and the scheme, much less the Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian. In fact, the primeval Heaven's Eye had no intention of hiding anything. Since it was an overt scheme, it meant that it had absolute confidence. Edison based on his understanding of Yi Xian, as long as he could confirm that the people inside the green void urn were Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, then this monstrous and heaven-defying master of the Magic Hall would definitely come over and obediently enter. Everyone had a weakness. In the eyes of primeval Heaven's Eye, Yi Xian's greatest weakness was that he placed too much emphasis on relationships and promises. Of course, with Yi Xian's current level of cultivation, since he dared to enter the green void urn, he must have had some sort of confidence. However, the primeval Heaven's Eye didn't care. After all, he was a Heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th stage. As for Yi Xian, he was only at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Just this point alone was enough to suppress him head-on. Furthermore, with the other 10 Heavenly Tao realm experts in the primeval desolate forbidden ground, as well as other arrangements, he refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to restrain him. Spread the news. Say that the sworn brother of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, and his steward, Mosquito Butcher, are in the primeval desolate forbidden ground. They have been captured and imprisoned by me. Screech. As the voice of divine recognition was heard, an extremely cold and gloomy light flashed in the huge green eyes of the primeval age of heaven. There was even an earth-shattering roar that was filled with endless evil intent. Boom. As the screech sounded, the gigantic azure eye that resembled a star slowly faded into the void and was no longer visible. The other 10 Heavenly Tao realm beasts that were gathered around it also returned to their respective cave abodes. The entire primeval desolate forbidden grounds stellar domain fell silent. Everything that the green eye of the primordial Heavenly Tao had instructed would be carried out by the trusted subordinates of the desolate venerable old monster. The news would spread very quickly until all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme star regions on both sides of the Milky Way knew about it. On the right bank of the Milky Way, in the core of a gigantic abandoned planet near the Source Hive star, after leaving the demonic wolf forbidden ground, Yi Xian used his system's interstellar coordinate jump ability to return from the left bank of the Milky Way to the right bank of the Milky Way. He then entered seclusion. Now that his seclusion was over, he had successfully broken through to the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. Before this, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the 6th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. In this primordial chaos void that was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao, if he were to activate the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly enter the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. If he were to use the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation, he would be able to raise another major realm above the foundation of the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm, which was the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was Yi Xian's peak combat strength before his seclusion. That was a matter of the past. This time, although he had only broken through a minor realm, it had an extremely important and shocking effect on the increase in his combat strength. It was especially significant when he was facing the primeval Heaven's Eye. For example now, after his breakthrough, he was already a 7th stage desolate supremacy. Once he activated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly leap to the 8th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. Under the 9th transformation, the peak combat strength he could reach would reach the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was the same as the primeval Heaven's Eye. Although the difference between the 7th stage and 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm was only a minor realm, they were both late-stage heavenly Tao realm existences. However, the impact in a head-on battle was definitely not small. First, previously, even if Yi Xian activated the strongest form of the devil ape bloodline, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, with the heaven-falling bow, farmer god cauldron, big-headed black cudgel, and 9-colored sea of flames in hand, all he could do against the primeval Heaven's Eye was serve as a deterrent. Once the heaven-falling bow was shot out, the other party would charge forward to engage Yi Xian in a head-on battle. Yi Xian would not be at a great disadvantage, but he would not be able to gain any advantage either. But now, it was different. Yi Xian's peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although the primeval Heaven's Eye's cultivation at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already stabilized and was extremely solid, it was not far from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm. However, Yi Xian still had the strongest form of the devil ape bloodline. He still had the farmer god cauldron, and 9-colored sea of flames in hand, even if he had already shot out the heaven-falling bow as a deterrent like back in the Fiendwolf star system. If he were to face the primeval Heaven's Eye again, he already had the ability to slightly suppress the other party in a head-on battle, making him suffer a little. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately felt a sense of pride. After getting up, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his body. Instantly, he walked out of the massive abandoned planet where he was in seclusion. He originally planned on heading to the Source Nest planet's base camp to take a look, but at that moment, in the dark void tens of billions of kilometers away, a ferocious beast convoy passed by. The ferocious beasts in the convoy were communicating with their perception and discussing something. Today, Yi Xian was already at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Without deliberately eavesdropping, he already knew everything. At that moment, his heart sank as the expression on his face turned extremely gloomy. The forbidden desolate land? Since Shui Ben and old devil mosquito butcher's true bodies had appeared, then he had no choice but to make a trip there. Blood Ben was his sworn brother. There was no choice in this matter. Even if he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, he could only walk towards the tiger's mountain. Demon, the forbidden desolate land. For example, the magic hall's forbidden desolate land had already stabilized. The massive black hall stood at the peak of a towering mountain on a massive planet. As for the 2 magic hall heritage monuments that contained the 9 transformations and the heaven-falling bow's profundities, they stood on 2 planets on the left and right sides. Even the subordinates of the demon hall could use their spiritual sense to probe and study the situation. However, if one wasn't a subordinate of the magic hall, it was useless even if they saw it. Once they used their perception to make contact, they would instantly be exposed and be alerted. Furthermore, the magic hall had Old Pig Spirit presiding over it. Outsiders couldn't enter at all. Old Pig Spirit's cultivation level was infinitely close to the true heavenly Tao realm in his 9 transformation state. Now, Corpse Ancestor, Hitorigami, and the other 7 gorgeous cultivators, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still in seclusion in the Black Hall. But Old Pig Spirit and a group of Magic Hall upper echelons had all gathered outside the Black Hall's planet. This, inside, was Yi Xian's cave abode star. Without his summons, even Old Pig Spirit couldn't enter without permission. Therefore, they could only wait outside. Apart from Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine, who also had the combat strength of a Desolate Supremacy, the Black Robe Desolate Supremacy from the Native Alliance was also here. The three of them had the combat strength of a Desolate Supremacy and were standing in the void closest to the Black Magic Hall. While, behind the three of them were the upper echelons of the Magic Hall who were below the Desolate Supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were powerful beings of the Primordial Era. Although there weren't many of them, there were still quite a number of them. At a glance, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall were here without exception. Elder behind Pig Spirit and the other two were 9 powerful beings of the Primordial Era from the 3 races of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion, as well as 3 powerful beings from the Native Alliance. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sangs. There were also Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Mao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Undying Emperors of the 3 races. Finally, there were more than 200 Undying Emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the 3 races. The upper echelons of the 10,000 Evil Army, which was now led by Immemorial Turtle, as well as the commander of the Sky River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Uncle Demon Emperor, Ming, the leader of the Turtle race, Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and the rest of the upper echelons of the smaller powers and clans were all here without exception. Demon. Although it hadn't been long since the palace entered the Hongmeng Void, the members of the Magic Hall hadn't wandered outside since they occupied the Forbidden Star Field. They had clenched their teeth and focused on improving their cultivation. Placed therefore, after not seeing each other for a short period of time, all the upper echelons of the 6 Magic Hall armies gathered outside Yi Xian's cave-dwelling star had improved their cultivation. The reason why they had suddenly gathered here was because they had heard the news from outside. This news was related to Yi Xian and the Magic Hall. It could even be said that it was related to all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall present. This was because the news was spread by their arch-nemesis, the Primeval Heaven's Eye. That's right, the news that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had been captured by the Primeval Heaven's Eye and were now imprisoned in the Forbidden Star Field had spread to the right bank of the Milky Way. Hong the Desolate Heavenpath's Green Eye had clearly guessed that Yi Xian's base camp was most likely not on the left bank, but on the right bank, which was why he had spread the news so widely. Of course, he could have personally come to the right bank of the Milky Way to search for Yi Xian, but since he had confirmed that Yi Xian was definitely involved, there was naturally no need for him to do so. When this news spread, there was no need to mention how furious the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher were. Even the upper echelons of the Magic Hall, including the Pig Spirit, were shocked and infuriated. They did not even know that the Primeval Heaven's Eye had already led all the living beings in the Primeval Chaos world into the Primordial Chaos Void, and had even established the Forbidden Star Field on the left bank of the Milky Way. Now that they had learned of this matter, they had also received such news, which made everyone extremely shocked. All the upper echelons of the Magic Hall knew of the relationship between Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Among them, there were probably only a few who knew that Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher had been possessed. But even if they knew, they would definitely not doubt Yi Xian's choice. He would definitely look for him. This was also the reason why the Primeval Heaven's Eye had spread this news. Therefore, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall were very worried. After all, they did not know what level of cultivation Yi Xian had reached, but they knew how powerful the Primeval Heaven's Eye was. In a sense, they were all living beings in the Primeval Chaos world, and the Primeval Heaven's Eye was the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao of the Primeval Chaos world. Only just from this point, one could imagine how powerful the Primeval Heaven's Eye was in their hearts. That was the will of the heavenly Tao. Although Yi Xian was monstrous to the point of defying the heavens, now that he was fully prepared and had a premeditated plan. Even if Yi Xian went, he would only be at a disadvantage. Although Yi Xian had not returned yet, they had no other choice. After receiving the news, they all gathered here, hoping to see Yi Xian return. That way, they would at least have a chance to persuade him. Swish, hiss. At this moment, accompanied by a weak sound of breaking through the air, an incomparably clear sound of silk cracking could be heard in the air. A spatial rift silently appeared, and Yi Xian, who had his hands behind his back, walked out. It seems that you all already know. Everyone turned to look, their eyes shining, but the expression on Yi Xian's face was still incomparably calm. Even more so, without waiting for them to say anything, he waved his hand. All right, all of you can disperse and cultivate in seclusion. No one needs to persuade me on this matter. I have already made up my mind. After saying that, his gaze shifted and swept across the old devil mosquito butcher and the mad mosquito emperor, who had complicated expressions on their faces. Face with a serious expression, he continued, the old devil mosquito butcher's original body is fine. Even if he dies, he will be unharmed as a clone. The two of you have long been completely separated, but Xue Ben is different. The reason why I still insist on heading to Tiger Mountain despite knowing that it is dangerous is not just because of the promise I made to you back then. As he said that, his gaze landed on the mad mosquito emperor's face. Don't forget, Xue Ben is my sworn brother. If you don't help when my sworn brother is in trouble, how can you talk about the great Tao of cultivation? All right, all of you stay in the magic hall's forbidden area. I can handle this matter alone. Soon, I will return with the two of them. After explaining everything clearly, Yi Xian waved his hand once more. In an instant, another spatial rift appeared. He didn't hesitate any longer and stepped into it. Before I return, no one under the command of the Demon Palace is allowed to take a single step out of the Forbidden Star region, the left bank of the river, the primordial universe's forbidden area. It had been an entire month since Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body found this place. Then, Primeval Heavens I joined forces with his 10 Heavenly Tao Realm Generals to set up a void urn in the forbidden area. With Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body as bait, they spread the news. Over the past month, the primordial Heavenly Tao Green-Eyed and the 10 Heavenly Tao Realm Generals under him never appeared again. The entire Primeval Desolation's forbidden area was silent. It was so silent that it was terrifying. It gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Furthermore, with the passage of time, this invisible oppression was clearly increasing by the day. Li Xian didn't come, but the void urn in the center of the forbidden area of the primitive universe, which was billions of miles long, had always existed. Of course, what could be seen from the outside world was only the entrance to the green void urn. It was a void crack that was tens of thousands of miles long, and everything inside the crack was hazy. Even if one used their divine senses to explore, they could not see clearly. But, however, the auras of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body could be clearly emitted from the crack from time to time. This void crack that was tens of millions of kilometers long still shimmered with a faint green light. This was the primordial chaos void, where the laws of the void were extremely powerful. This void crack that was tens of millions of kilometers long had never been mended by the primordial chaos void's powerful void laws. It was obvious how much energy Primeval Heavens I had drained from its continuous existence. It had already persisted for a month and paid a considerable price. It was clearly impossible for it to give up now. If Yi Xian did not appear, perhaps Primeval Heavens I would send out another message, announcing that it wanted to kill Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. However, this was only the guess of Immortal Emperor and company. That's right. Over the past month, countless experts from the 3 major cosmos planes had gathered on the left side of the Primeval Desolation's forbidden area. They were in battleships, fortresses, and battleships of various sizes that were spread out in the endless void. They had been paying close attention to the development of this matter. To be honest, they were worried about Yi Xian's arrival, but they were also eager to see him descend. Although, it could be said that their relationship with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was not harmonious. It could even be said that they were in a hostile state. But now they had completely understood. In their opinion, if they could escape the control and enslavement of primeval Heaven's Eye, there was still hope. Then, this glimmer of hope was obviously tied to Yi Xian. It could not be anyone else. Therefore, no matter what, they did not want Yi Xian to be in trouble. Because if that was the case, to them, it was tantamount to completely extinguishing their last ray of hope. However, at the same time, they also hoped to see Yi Xian's arrival. They wanted to see Yi Xian grow to a terrifying height that could suppress primeval Heaven's Eye. Because, if that was the case, they would soon be free. This kind of dilemma was painful, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope. In the densely packed battleships in the void, a group of powerful figures and desolate supremacy realm elders of the 9 great clans of the Second Universe, including the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, were gathered in a star fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. In the past month, their god line had almost never left the main control screen of the star fortress. The image in the holographic screen was the void crack in the center of the star field of the great desolate forbidden land. There were those who were qualified to appear in the main control cabin of this star fortress were all powerful figures and desolate supremacies of the various clans of the Second Universe. Most of them had been sleeping before and had never had direct contact with Yi Xian. It was only when Yi Xian left with the 6 great legions of the Magic Hall that the primeval Heavens Eye took full control of the entire merged great desolate world. However, they only heard of Yi Xian's name and all kinds of shocking past events and methods after the terrifying pressure of the heavenly axiom woke them up. At this moment, there were hundreds of powerful figures and desolate supremacies of the various clans of the Second Universe gathered here. After all, it was the foundation of all the clans of the entire universe. It was natural for there to be hundreds of powerful figures and desolate supremacies gathered together. Unfortunately, although there were many desolate supremacies and desolate supremacies, they all had a helpless expression on their faces. From time to time, some of them sighed faintly and shook their heads with bitter smiles. A similar scene was playing out in another star fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was billions of miles away from this area. The only difference was that the hundreds of desolate supremacies and desolate supremacies gathered in the main control cabin of this star fortress all came from the First Universe. They were the foundation of the various clans of the First Universe's slaves. Aside from that, on the everlasting star of the Third Universe's human faction, the Immortal Emperor and the other leaders of the human race's technology faction, as well as the leaders of the Cultivators faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy star vortex, were also gathered. Counting in the Temple of Glory that was the size of a colossal celestial continent, there were hundreds of primordial paragons and primordial paragons from the Third Universe gathered here as well. There's no telling if Yi Xian, the Sky River Star Master, would fall for it. You sighed softly. The Immortal Emperor, who was now at the late stage of the Almighty Realm, had a bitter expression on his face. He muttered softly as if he was sleep-talking. He seemed to be worried, but there was clearly a hint of expectation. He had called Yi Xian the Sky River Star Master, and not the Master of the Magic Hall. It seems that the Immortal Emperor is truly regretting it now. It's a pity that there's no turning back now, and there's no telling if our only chance of survival really exists. Don't be discouraged. As long as Yi Xian doesn't fall, our last hope will always exist. Beside him, a late-stage Baron Supremacy from the Temple of Glory had a firm look in his eyes as he nodded confidently. Although I've never had any contact with him, and he had already left with the 6 legions of the Magic Hall when I woke up, at least I've heard about his past. This child's demonic talent is unprecedented, and the speed of his growth is too shocking. This could be seen from the fact that the heavenly eye of the heavens, the incarnation of the heavenly will of the primordial world, did not hesitate to lower himself to set up such a scheme against him. At the end of his words, the late-stage Baron Supremacy clenched his fists subconsciously. I have a feeling that this time, Yi Xian would definitely come, and the primeval Heavens Eye would definitely not be able to hold him back. Still, it's hard to say if he would save us while he's at it. When the last sentence was said, the atmosphere in the spacious main control cabin instantly became more oppressive. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Boom! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly echoed in the space of the forbidden area of the primeval age outside of the main control cabin of the Star Fortress. Immediately after, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense suddenly sounded out. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly audible to all the experts in the Great Desolation Forbidden Area. Moreover, it clearly revealed a trace of laziness that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Imitation Buddha did not care about the heavenly eyes arrangement at all. Qing Yen, is this the rhythm of inviting you into a trap? If that's the case, as you wish, I'm coming. Boom! In the great desolate forbidden area, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded out in the air without any warning. Immediately after, Yi Xian's divine sense suddenly sounded out. Qing Xian, are you inviting me into your trap? If that's the case, as you wish, I'm coming. His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by all the elites in the primordial forbidden grounds. Furthermore, there was a strong sense of laziness in his voice that could not be dispersed. It was as if he did not care about the heavenly eyes arrangement at all. Rip! Just as the last sentence was said, a crisp sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out in the primordial forbidden grounds. A void crack appeared. It was not very shocking, only about 1,000 feet wide. Human Yi Xian, in his human form, walked out of it. He was dressed in a light blue robe and had a calm expression. His hands were behind his back and he looked relaxed. It was as if he was here to visit an old friend, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. No, although he came here openly this time, and did not even show the true form of the three-headed, six-armed devil ape, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was clearly the same as when he last met the green eye of the heavenly way of the untainted land in the demonic wolf forbidden land. He was at the 7th level of the heavenly Dao realm. Just from this point, it was obvious that Yi Xian had come prepared this time. He deliberately concealed his cultivation level at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. At the very least, it had a numbing effect on primeval heaven's eye, but the effects at critical moments were truly unpredictable. Forget accounting the time, it had not been that long since their last encounter in the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. Primeval heavens, I would never have imagined that in just a short month, Yi Xian's strongest combat strength at the 7th level of the heavenly Dao realm had increased once again, reaching the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm like him. In fact, even the 7th level heavenly Dao realm cultivation level he displayed was enough to shock the immortal emperor and company in the endless sea of battleships, fortresses, and class-level star domains to the left of the primordial forbidden grounds. Back in the primordial great world, Yi Xian had only relied on the Empyrean beast at the 2nd level of the heavenly Dao realm in the battle before he left. Together with the deterrence of his supreme divine power, the heaven-falling Bao, he left primeval heaven's eye fearful. Only then did he successfully leave, tearing through the void and entering the endless void turbulence. Until due to the suppression of the primordial heavenly Dao's will in the primordial great world, he had never stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm. He had always been at the peak of the 9th level of the perfected desolate supremacy realm, which was only at the half-step heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, in the impressions and knowledge of Immortal Emperor and company, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at most at the 1st level of the heavenly Dao realm even if he had made a breakthrough after entering the primordial chaos void. He had only reached the 2nd level of the heavenly Dao realm. But they never expected that Yi Xian's cultivation level had already reached the terrifying 7th level of the heavenly Dao realm after such a short period of time. This was a cultivation level at the late stages of the heavenly Dao realm. Primeval heaven's eye was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. Compared to Yi Xian, who was at the 7th level, the difference in cultivation level was only a minor level. How could such a terrifying cultivation speed be considered unheard of? It was simply infuriating and utterly devoid of conscience. However, although they were alarmed and even felt a little envious, jealous, and resentful, Immortal Emperor and the countless experts from the 3 main dimensions of the cosmos, as well as the upper echelons of the various races and factions, all felt an unprecedented sense of hope and expectation ignite in their hearts after they snapped to their senses. Magic Hall Master Yi Xian was already at the 7th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. Even if he was still not the primeval Heaven's Eyes match, it was impossible for him to perish so easily this time. Therefore, with such a terrifying cultivation speed, it would not be long before he stepped into the perfected 9th level of the Heavenly Dao realm, becoming in existence at the pinnacle of the realm. When that happened, even the primeval Heaven's Eye would not be his match. Once Yi Xian took action and killed him, all the captured experts of that era in the primordial Great Desolate Forbidden Zone would undoubtedly be freed from the abyss of misery. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone's eyes shone with an incomparably blazing light of expectation. Phew! At the same time, Yi Xian, who had stepped out of the void rift, did not hesitate at all. He completely ignored the fact that not a single Heavenly Dao realm expert had appeared in the primordial Great Desolate Forbidden Zone. The primeval Heaven's Eye was also nowhere to be found. It was strange that there was no response at all. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly transformed into a pale blue beam of light. With a speed that left no time for covering one's ears, he charged into the void rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers in the middle of the Forbidden Zone in the blink of an eye and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was too straightforward. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Xian had just arrived, and in less than 3 seconds, he had taken the initiative to enter the trap. He appeared to be so impatient. Screech, roar, roar, screech. The instant Yi Xian's body transformed into a beam of light and charged into the void green urn from the rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, shocking roars and howls could be heard from all directions in the vast primordial Great Desolate Forbidden Zone. Among them, the roars and howls of the primeval Heaven's Eye were also included. And all the roars and howls clearly exuded a thick sense of joy that could not be dissipated. However, most of them were sinister and ferocious. Rumble, whoosh, whoosh. Terrifying thunders and ear-piercing noises came from all directions. 11 thin beams of light appeared at the same time, shooting toward the center of the forbidden area where the crack was located. They were all heading toward the center of the forbidden area. They were none other than the primeval Heaven's Eye, which resembled a vertical eye but was the size of a gigantic star, as well as the 10 generals under its command. They were all of different shapes and bloodlines, but all of them were extremely large in size. All of them had reached the Heavenly Dao realm in cultivation. Yi Xian, you are too conceited. You actually took the initiative to enter the trap. As the figure appeared, the gigantic vertical eye emitted the voice of the primeval Heaven's Eye, which clearly revealed its joy. Even he didn't think that Yi Xian would take the initiative to do so. Before he could even react, he actually took the initiative to enter the void green urn. From the looks of it, he was clearly prepared. However, it did not matter at all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the primeval Heaven's Eye's voice sounded again. I believe you came prepared. However, since I have a counterplan, I naturally have the confidence to keep you here. I basically know all the means you have. With your present peak Heavenly Dao realm combat strength at the 7th stage, it's indeed very difficult for me to keep you here. However, if you include the nomological powers of the Hongshu Void, it's a different story. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as the voice faded, the gigantic vertical eye instantly shot out a green beam of light. The 10 Heavenly Dao realm generals around it simultaneously attacked with all their might. Each of them shot out a beam of light. Chapter 5095. Phew! A weak sonic boom sounded as Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light and charged into the void green urn. At the bottom of the urn, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had been sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed the entire time. They had not done anything over the past month as they waited for Yi Xian's arrival. Now, everything was done. The two opened their eyes, the instant they saw Yi Xian, especially when they sensed the Heavenly Dao Realm 7th stage aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's pupils constricted. Their faces revealed a mixture of shock and envy. Back then, Xinghua had joined forces with Heavenly Dao's green eye, or to be more exact, with the help of the primeval Heaven's Eyes powers, to successfully enter the Milky Way stellar domain. They had also fought Yi Xian. This time, the other two human followers that followed Xinghua had completely perished, and the two of them had nearly suffered the same fate. Back then, they were only mighty figures of the primordial era and had yet to enter the primordial supreme realm. As for Yi Xian's cultivation level, it was even inferior to theirs. It could be said that if not for the heavenly Dao nascent soul corpse that had yet to leave Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian would probably have been in grave danger. But now, not much time had passed. When they met again, the two of them had allowed their souls to completely fuse with the body they possessed. Their cultivation levels had also entered the desolate supremacy realm due to their recovery from their injuries. But, compared to Yi Xian's growth rate and amplitude, all of this was nothing. It was simply unbearable to look at. It was shameful to be able to stand on the stage. In a short period of time, this human junior, who was weaker than them back then, already possessed terrifying combat strength at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. One had to know that even the primordial Heavenly Dao green-eyed was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. But how long had Heavenly Dao's green eye lived? And what about this human junior who was born in the present world? Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher revealed looks of shock and envy. Their hearts instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Several almost subconsciously, their gazes shifted at the same time, looking towards the direction of the entrance of this huge green void urn from afar. It was also at this moment that the voice of primeval Heaven's Eye came from the entrance of the green urn that was tens of millions of miles long, filled with pride and joy. I basically know all of your means. With your present peak combat strength at the 7th level of the Heavenly Dao realm, it's indeed very difficult for me to hold you back. However, if you include the nomological powers of the Great Void, it's a different story. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as he said that, a green beam of light shot out from the gigantic green vertical eye. The 10 Heavenly Dao realm generals around him simultaneously attacked with all their might, shooting out a beam of light each. Boom. Rumble. An astounding boom sounded as the 11 beams of light landed on the void rift that was tens of millions of miles long at the entrance of the green urn. The rift instantly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Xian also turned his head to take a look. In less than 2 seconds, the void rift that was tens of millions of miles long had completely closed. The gigantic void rift no longer had an exit, turning into a dead end. There was no way to escape. Furthermore, with the only entrance and exit of the green urn that was tens of millions of miles long closed, the green urn that was tens of millions of miles wide began to shrink inwards. Although the shrinking wasn't very fast, it couldn't be stopped. After all, this was the power of the primordial chaos void's nomological powers guiding all of this. It was repairing the primordial chaos void that had been forcefully torn open. Previously, with the existence of the void rift that was tens of millions of miles wide, the primeval Heaven's Eye was able to use the void rift as a fulcrum to constantly transmit energy into the green urn, sustaining its existence. As such, the void rift had already been patched up by the combined efforts of the primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals. Now that the green urn had lost its support, it naturally began to shrink and close up. This process was something that even Yi Xian was unable to stop. Even if he had the powerful strength of a Heavenly Dao realm rank 8 like the primeval Heaven's Eye, he was still unable to stop it. On the one hand, it was because he was inside the green urn. Furthermore, the green urn no longer had the void rift that served as a fulcrum for the transmission of energy. There was no source of energy everywhere, making it an arduous and fruitless task. On the other hand, back when the primeval Heaven's Eye created the gigantic green urn, it was the result of the combined efforts of 11 Heavenly Dao realm experts. And now Yi Xian, who was inside the green urn, was only at the Heavenly Dao realm despite condensing his 3 Blood Sea avatars and summoning the Empyrean beasts. Their strength was far from enough. Hence, the 4 of them joined forces to support the green urn's shrinking. As they were consolidating their strength from the inside, the effects were reduced by half. The final result was, at best, a slight delay in the green urn's shrinking process. Ultimately, the green urn would still vanish. the space within that spanned hundreds of billions of miles would be completely restored. And now Yi Xian, who was inside the green urn, would be reduced to nothingness by the powerful primordial chaos void's nomological powers that he could not resist. Of course, it wasn't just Yi Xian. It was the same for Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were also inside the green urn as bait. Xingbo had already entered the Milky Way stellar domain, so the primeval Heaven's Eyes subordinates did not care about the two loyal generals whose cultivation levels were only at the desolate supremacy realm. Perhaps the weeping soul blood ape, who had possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, might not be able to bear it. However, he was only a general under the heavenly Dao's eye. He did not have the ability to prevent all of this from happening. You seem to have been fooled. Looking back, Yi Xian sensed the gigantic green urn slowly shrinking. A look of mockery appeared on his face. His gaze swept across Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were at the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of miles away. He sent out a voice with his divine perception, but it remained light and airy. There was no hint of nervousness or panic. He had roughly guessed what the primeval Heaven's Eye was up to. Back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, the primeval Heaven's Eye had joined forces with more than 10 heavenly Dao realm beasts, but they had failed to truly suppress him. This ambush had lured him in, but the number of heavenly Dao realm experts that the heavenly Dao's Eye could gather was probably about the same as the last time. After all, there were only about 10 heavenly Dao realm experts in the primordial desolate forbidden ground. As such, it was naturally impossible for him to use the same strategy as before to besiege Yi Xian in a head-on battle. He had already failed once, so how could he make such a choice again? Although Yi Xian did not guess the exact details, he had guessed that it was very likely that he would use the primordial chaos void nomological forces that even heavenly Dao realm experts could not resist to deal with him. In fact, everything that was happening in front of him was indeed as such. However, this was precisely what Yi Xian was unafraid of. This was because he had the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. As long as the void did not fall into a complete chaotic seal due to the interference of the complex energies, the interstellar coordinate jump ability could be successfully activated. This time, although Yi Xian did not guess the exact details, he had expected the primeval Heaven's Eyes means. It was very likely that it would use the primordial chaos void nomological forces that even heavenly Dao realm experts could not resist to deal with him. And in fact, everything that was happening in front of him was indeed as such. Unfortunately, it was thinking too much in the end. Even though the void urn was slowly recovering under the influence of the primordial laws, it would vanish completely in the time for an incense stick to burn at most, and everything within the urn would be crushed into nothingness. However, 5 minutes was plenty of time for Yi Xian. It was enough for him to do many things. This method was precisely what Yi Xian was unafraid of. This was because he had the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. However, as long as the void did not fall into a complete chaotic seal due to the interference of the complex energies, the interstellar coordinate jump ability could be successfully activated. However, in other words, if he wanted to leave, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body at any time. He would instantly transform into a beam of light and use a method that would blind the primeval Heaven's Eye, instantly vanishing. Brain as this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian became even more certain. He could not help but think of Xingbo again. He had always believed that the devouring system in his body was created by D-Air and had spread it outwards. He even believed that the devouring system in his body was the same as the devouring systems in Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Linglong, and other system carriers. But in fact, he was wrong. The devouring system in his body was a devouring source seed created by Xingbo. After Xingbo disappeared, this devouring source seed was discovered by D-Air. He had studied it for thousands of years, but he had only scratched the surface and was unable to understand its essence. At that time, D-Air was in a hurry to increase the number of official members of the machine race, so he did not continue studying the devouring source seed. Using what he had already studied, he began to imitate ordinary devouring seeds. After creating a batch, he immediately spread them out. Not only did they spread to the 3 main dimensions of the universe, Air even entered the void turbulence and some black holes to imitate ordinary devouring seeds. Compared to the ordinary devouring seeds created by Air, the one in Yi Xian's body that was created by Xingbo was clearly more mysterious. Even more so, as for his guess, this so-called devouring source seed was most likely purposely left in Air's hands by Xingbo. Of course, there was no way to determine Xingbo's true motive now. Perhaps he only wanted to use this devouring source seed to scheme against Air or something else. However, all of this was no longer important. What was important was that the one who was ultimately plotted against was Yi Xian. Of course, right now, Yi Xian had already found this devouring source seed in his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, he had wrapped it tightly with his consciousness and spiritual power and observed it closely. As soon as there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. However, Air had also told him that even he did not understand this devouring source seed completely. After studying it carefully for more than 1,000 years, he had only deciphered a small part of it. An ordinary devouring source seed that was carefully imitated had at most 70% of the functions of this devouring source seed, or even less. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful this devouring source seed was. After comprehending all of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt an incomparably intense fear towards the devouring source seed within his body. He almost impulsively took this devouring source seed out of his sea of consciousness and threw it as far away as possible. However, in the end, Yi Xian suppressed this impulse. Because this was not the wisest choice. Because, on the surface, it appeared as though he had been tricked by Xingbo's devouring source seed, but now, Yi Xian had found it after all. Furthermore, he had set up a trap. From this point of view, this devouring source seed might be able to reverse the situation and become one of the conditions and methods Yi Xian used to deal with Xingbo. Only, this was possible in theory. After all, Yi Xian had an electronic avatar in the form of a mechanical life form. Furthermore, there was more than one. And it was because of this reason that Yi Xian did not completely remove the devouring system in his body. Now that he was a heavenly Dao realm expert, he had the ability to do so. From the looks of it, this choice was clearly correct. But at the same time, it made him even more wary of Xingbo's methods and mysteries. He and the primeval heavens I appeared to be in cahoots, but from the green void urn's trap, the primeval heavens I clearly did not know that Yi Xian had a devouring system in his body. It was even more unaware that the devouring source seed's growth had the fascinating ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. Just from this point, it was obvious how terrifying Xingbo was. He was probably far stronger than the primeval heaven's eye. From the looks of it, the true enemy in the future is someone else. Yi Xian was enlightened. The so-called primeval heaven's eye was only the heavenly Dao's will of the primeval great world. In the primeval great world, it was invincible. But now that the primeval great world had been destroyed, the so-called primeval heavens eye was no different from a powerful heavenly Dao realm beast. At that moment, even he had unknowingly shifted his future enemy from the primeval heavens eye to Xingbo. If the heavenly Dao's eye were to know of this, it was unknown what he would think. Boom! Rumble. At that moment, as the void rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers was smoothed out, the gigantic green void urn began to shrink and repair itself. In less than a minute, a deep, thunderous rumble sounded. The green void urn's internal space that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers had shrunk to a size of about 90 billion kilometers. At the bottom of the green urn, tens of billions of kilometers ahead, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's expressions were extremely gloomy. At that moment, they naturally realized that they had been tricked. Hong the desolate Heaven Dao's eyes methods were too insidious. He did not even spare his own people. They originally believed that Yi Xian's cultivation level was at most at the first or second stage of the heavenly Dao realm. As such, with the primeval heaven's eye's powerful strength at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, as long as Yi Xian entered the urn, there would be no way for him to escape. All he needed to do was charge into the green urn and capture Yi Xian. If they were to know that Yi Xian was at the late stages of the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, and that even the primeval heavens eye needed to use the powerful nomological forces of the primordial chaos void to ensure his suppression, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher would never foolishly agree to enter the green urn as bait. That would be no different from putting themselves in danger. Once the primeval Heaven's Eye had other thoughts, they would be in danger. Heaven the Tao was heartless. This was something they knew very well. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Everything was already a fact, and there was no way to reverse it. At the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of kilometers away, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's expressions were extremely gloomy. They realized that they had been tricked. Hong the desolate Heaven Dao's eyes methods were too insidious. He did not even spare his own people, casually sacrificing them. The heavenly Tao was heartless. This point was perfectly illustrated in this matter. But, unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Everything was already a fact, and there was no way to reverse it. Standing in the void tens of billions of kilometers away was a powerful 7th stage Heavenly Tao realm expert. With their present cultivation levels and strength, even if they charged over and self-destructed at close range, they would not be able to deal any damage to him. Besides, if he wanted to, would they even have the chance to close in? This was a complete joke. Brain with these thoughts flashing through their minds, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher exchanged looks. Following that, they turned to look at Yi Xian. Their spiritual perception voices sounded out cautiously as though they were probing him. Yi Xian, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. Now, we have realized that the Heavenly Dao's Eye is not a thing. That's right. Just this matter alone has caused us to fall out with him. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. In the past, there might have been a possibility of working together. At the very least, this is definitely more beneficial than you wiping us out. The two old fogies were clearly begging for mercy, but they refused to lower their heads. They insisted on working together because of their pride. Of course, they were also confident. This confidence came from the fact that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies were in their hands. This made them certain that they had something on Yi Xian. The reason why they were at the bottom of the green urn was to use themselves as bait to lure Yi Xian over. Now that Yi Xian was here, it was enough to show how much he valued Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. Under such circumstances, they were in possession of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. It was naturally equivalent to holding a bargaining chip. Even if they were begging for mercy, they could speak in such an unyielding manner. Unfortunately, although this was the truth, they had underestimated Yi Xian's means. After all, without entering the Heavenly Tao realm, they would never know how terrifying a true Heavenly Tao realm expert was. This apart from that, they were also completely ignorant of Yi Xian's way of doing things. This also meant that their scheme was destined to become a complete joke. Are you trying to threaten this lord in a roundabout manner? A ghastly glint flashed in his eyes as the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a look of contempt. Be it his gaze towards the duo or his tone, it was filled with mockery. A mere desolate supremacy dares to use such a matter to threaten a late-stage Heavenly Tao. To think that the both of you have lived for so long. You have truly lived for nothing. Phew. Phew. Just as his voice faded, Yi Xian immediately attacked. He did not give Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies a chance to speak again. In fact, he was not the slightest bit interested in what these two old fellows wanted to say. As he waved his hand, a sharp sound broke through the air. Two beams of light the size of a fingertip shot out. They were so fast that even the old monster Desolate Supremacy would not have the chance to react. In less than a split second, the two beams of light that shot out entered the glabella of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. With a flash, they disappeared. As the beams of light entered, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's eyes, which were originally filled with sinister scheming intent, instantly became sluggish. Their bodies trembled slightly as they stood rooted to the ground. The nimble aura in their bodies instantly became stiff and stagnant. If one could enter their soul sea, they would see the two beams of light appear out of thin air. The moment they entered the glabella, they appeared in the soul sea of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's soul sea. Soul above the soul sea, the desolate ancient mosquito that possessed the two bodies, as well as the soul of the other human expert that followed Xingbo, were floating like tiny humans. As the two streaks of light shot over and appeared in the sea of souls, the expressions of the two tiny souls changed drastically. They turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this point in time, it was impossible for them to leave the Soul Sea even if they wanted to. The two beams of light shot out at extreme speeds and instantly penetrated the glabella of the two souls. Following that, the beams of light dissipated as the souls of the two collapsed, turning into a rain of light that scattered into the Soul Sea below. Whoosh, whoosh. These were the complete souls of the two old monsters, desolate supremacies. In addition, the beam that instantly destroyed the souls came from Yixian. It was the pure energy of a late-stage heavenly Dao realm expert. Now, they collapsed together, turning into a rain of light that scattered into the Soul Sea. Instantly, it was like boiling oil dripping into ice water, stirring up shocking waves in the Soul Sea below. Counting the time, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies had been possessed for quite some time. Thankfully, the headless infant corpse had taken action, shooting out two beams of light that entered the glabella of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. It was just like how Yixian had killed the duo. The only difference was that the strength and effects were different. Precisely, it was the two beams of light that enveloped Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls, protecting them. Ever since then, they had sunk into the deepest depths of the Soul Sea and remained dormant. That the two beams of light came from the headless infant corpse. They similarly had the strength of the heavenly Dao realm. Although they appeared inconspicuous, they were definitely not something the duo could shake. Thus therefore, although they had refined Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies, making them perfectly compatible with their souls, they had never been able to harm Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls in the slightest. Now that their souls had been completely destroyed, and even the power of their souls had been transformed into a rain of light that nourished Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls, the two bodies had returned to their original bodies. Very quickly, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Soon, a figure rushed out from the depths of the two bodies' Soul Sea. They were like tiny humans, and they were none other than Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls. That seemed like as if it had sensed the destruction of the Soul Caesar's Soul Sea. The layer of light that originally enveloped their soul bodies turned into a rain of light and scattered into the Soul Sea below. This was obviously predetermined by the headless infant corpse. Looking at the Soul Sea that was filled with shocking waves, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls appeared to be in a trance. However, it quickly turned into a deep sense of pleasant surprise. The auras in their souls were rapidly rising, and the speed was so fast that it was simply shocking. This time, it was definitely a blessing in disguise. The two desolate ancient fierce Mosquito Butcher and Mosquito Butcher were ancient desolate sovereigns. Now that their complete souls had collapsed, they turned into pure soul power and rained down on Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls. Furthermore, the two pure heavenly Dao powers that the headless infant corpse and Yixian had shot into their Soul Sea had fused into their Soul Sea while their souls were absorbing the Soul Sea's powers. This three-pronged effect was clearly worth looking forward to. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls would experience a tremendous transformation. Their physical strength and strength would also change as a result. Although it was impossible for them to directly enter the true heavenly Dao realm, it was clearly not too difficult for them to reach the late-stage desolate supremacy realm. It was definitely possible. Boom! Rumble! Deep rumbles continued to resound from within the green void urn. Another few dozen breaths passed. Now, the green void urn that was originally 100 billion miles wide had shrunk to less than 70 billion miles wide. Short in less than 100 breaths of time, the space had shrunk by a third, and the subsequent speed would obviously be even faster. Therefore, according to Yixian's calculations, in at most 100 breaths of time, this incomparably large green urn would disappear. If Yixian, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher were still inside the green urn, they would undoubtedly be completely crushed into nothingness. Even if Yixian's peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, there was no way he would be spared. The so-called Heavenly Dao realm experts were the strongest in a plane like the primordial Great World. They represented the will of the Heavenly Dao, but in the mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void, they were definitely not considered pinnacle existences. There was no way they could withstand the full suppression of the primordial chaos void's nomological powers. Such a scene was clearly impossible for Yixian to allow it to live. Before the void urn that spanned nearly 70 billion kilometers completely vanished, Yi Xian would definitely activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system and instantly leave. Just a moment ago, when he entered the green urn's interior, he had already attempted to activate it. He confirmed that the interstellar coordinate jump ability was normal, which was why he was so certain. The reason why he did not plan on leaving now was because he did not want to affect Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Although Yi Xian hadn't entered their soul seas and hadn't even extended a strand of his divine sense to investigate, he could roughly guess what was happening in the soul seas of Shui Ben and the Mosquito Butcher. Their soul seas were going through an earth-shattering transformation, and as the level and strength of their soul bodies skyrocketed, it would definitely lead to the improvement of their physical cultivation. This process could not be affected in the slightest, or else there might be accidents. Fortunately, this kind of explosion from the depths of the soul sea would first affect the soul body, then lead to the physical body. It could be said to be a transformation from the inside to the outside. It would definitely be done quickly, so Yi Xian was not in a hurry. At this moment, he was standing leisurely in the void inside the green urn. His expression was calm, and there was even a trace of excitement and joy. His eyes were locked on Shui Ben, as if he did not sense the continuous contraction of the green urn around him at all, turning a blind eye to it, screech, roar. After another 10 breaths of time, in the void 10 billion miles ahead, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who had been staring at each other like puppets, suddenly opened their eyes. A blazing light flashed in the depths of their eyes. The two of them seemed to have come to an agreement. They both raised their heads and let out a violent roar, then a wild roar. As these two violent roars rang out, the cultivation aura of the two of them also rose rapidly. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping, and the extent was so shocking that it made people tremble. Before their souls recovered, the two of them, who had possessed their physical bodies, went into seclusion. They had just come out of seclusion not long ago and came to the chaos-forbidden land. During this closed-door training, the desolate, ancient, fierce mosquito duo refined Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original bodies. At the same time, they also improved their two bodies. When the two of them came out of closed-door training, their cultivation base was already at first-rank desolate supremacy. Well, now, after the complete souls of the two desolate ancient mosquitoes collapsed, they turned into a rain of souls that scattered into the soul sea. In addition, the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian shot into the soul sea one after another, and the two pure heavenly energy that also collapsed and turned into a rain of light that scattered down. In the end, not only did the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher transform, even the cultivation of their physical bodies had rapidly increased. The speed was too fast. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivation aura of the two bodies had gone from the first level of the desolate realm to the 7th level of the desolate realm. Just as Yi Xian had guessed, they had entered the late stage of the desolate realm. This was definitely a great fortune. Even Yi Xian was a little jealous. One had to know that even if it was him, his true cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the desolate sovereign. He had the so-called peak combat strength of the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm was completely achieved by relying on the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability. How much had he experienced along the way? He had accumulated numerous opportunities to reach the 7th level of the desolate realm. As for Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, they had only profited from a single mishap to reach the late stage of the 7th level of the desolate realm. The gap between them was imaginable. It was only natural that Yi Xian would be envious. Because all of this could not be replicated, at this time, as Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's rapidly increasing cultivation aura finally stabilized at the 7th level of the desolate realm, the gorgeous transformation of their souls and bodies was finally completed. Yi Xian originally wanted to rush forward and exchange a few pleasantries before putting the two into the Shenong cauldron. Then he would immediately leave. However, just as he was about to leave, something strange happened. Mosquito Butcher's body was originally a human expert. Therefore, when the transformation of his body was completed, this opportunity naturally came to an end. However, Shui Ben, on the other hand, was different. His current human form was just a transformation. Shui Ben's original form was a huge blood-red mosquito with a human head. First, previously he had already experienced a transformation of his bloodline and was close to atavism. However, it was not complete. It could be said that he could not be considered a true ancient mosquito. One had to know that the ancient mosquito was also a connate fierce beast. It was the bloodline of the mosquito demon god, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in this era. Xue Ben was still a certain distance away from the connate fierce beast level of the ancient mosquito bloodline. This time, as his soul transformed, his body seemed to have been reborn, and his cultivation soared. Another opportunity that belonged to Xue Ben had finally arrived at the right time. Screech. With an earth-shattering roar, the human body that Xue Ben had transformed into expanded rapidly like a balloon. The speed was too fast. In just a few breaths, Xue Ben, who was just in the form of an ordinary human, had already turned into a blood-colored mosquito that was millions of miles long. His body could be said to be incomparably huge, and his entire body was blood-red. He exuded an ancient aura that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. If it was in the past, Yixian might not have been able to detect it, but now, he'd already hunted quite a few Xiantian fierce beasts. As a result, as Xue Ben's bloodline completely returned to its ancestral roots and revealed the true body of the desolate, ancient, fierce mosquito that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, Yixian's eyes lit up. He sucked in a cold breath and instantly cried out involuntarily, "It actually completely returned to its ancestral roots? Looking at this bloodline aura, it's actually a connate fierce beast level. Desolate ancient mosquito?" Whoosh! Whoosh! Following his soft cry, the blood-colored mosquito that was millions of miles long shook and returned to its previous human form. Then, Xue Ben exchanged a look with Mosquito Butcher's body, who was not far away. Both of them had excited and happy expressions on their faces as they rushed towards Yixian. Chapter 5096. Calculating the time, Yixian had been separated from Xue Ben for quite some time, not to mention that Xue Ben had experienced such a dangerous thing. His physical body had been taken over, and he had almost died. Therefore, now that everything was over, the two brothers were excited and happy to see each other again. Naturally, they could not avoid exchanging pleasantries. Inverted, it was Mosquito Butcher, who had never been in contact with Yixian before, so he stood aside and watched the two of them catch up. For a moment he felt a little awkward. Chatting after a few words, Yixian took the initiative to greet Mosquito Butcher, and explained his identity and his relationship with old ghost Mosquito Butcher. This made Mosquito Butcher realize what was going on. Soon he was no longer embarrassed and began to chat with Yixian. No, this was obviously not the place to talk in detail. 2/3 of the last 100 breaths of time that Yixian estimated had passed. The space inside the green urn, which was nearly 70 billion miles wide, was now less than 20 billion miles wide. According to this rate, the green urn void would disappear completely in 30 breaths of time. If they didn't want to die here and be crushed into nothingness by the terrifying power of the primordial chaos void, they had to leave before that happened. Yixian immediately explained this matter. Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher knew the importance of this matter, so they naturally did not have any objections and nodded at the same time. Swoosh! A weak sound broke through the air. As Yixian waved his hand, Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher in front of him disappeared instantly and were absorbed into the Shunnong cauldron in his body. Boom! Rumble! Right at this moment, just as he was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body and directly turn into a faint ray of light, quietly leaving this place, an unexpected accident suddenly occurred. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the green urn void, which had been sealed and had shrunk to a radius of more than 10 billion miles, suddenly shook violently. The entire void fell into chaos in an instant, which made Yixian's expression change, and his whole heart sank. Hongmeng Void, the left bank of the Milky Way, the forbidden primordial wilderness. More than 100 breaths of time had passed since the arrival of the Magic Hall Master, Yixian, and took the initiative to enter the green urn void. In this period of time, the entire forbidden primordial wilderness was dead silent. Countless beasts in the surrounding abandoned planets were all paying close attention to the central region of the star domain. Left in the endless sea of battleships, Countless experts from the three main planes of the starry skies held their breaths and gathered their gazes on the sea of battleships. They were guessing the final result of this matter, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. The magic hall master, Yi Xian, had already entered the green void urn. Furthermore, his present cultivation level and strength had far exceeded their expectations. He had reached the terrifying heavenly Dao realm's 7th stage. Compared to the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage, he was only 1 stage away. But even so, after he entered the green void urn, there was no other commotion. As the void rift that spanned tens of millions of miles was mended, the entire green void urn was no longer visible. The vast void in the central region of the forbidden primordial wilderness was restored to its original state. Apart from the primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm generals under him, there was nothing else. This was to be expected. Even the green urn's entrance had been mended, so the green void urn naturally vanished. Its continuous contraction, as well as the deep rumbling sound that resulted, was neither visible nor audible in the cosmos of the forbidden primordial wilderness. And it was precisely because of this that the upper echelons of the various races and factions from the three main dimensions of the cosmos were feeling uneasy. Yi Xian was their only hope. Even if they did not help him this time, as long as he did not fall into the primeval Heaven's Eye's trap and left safely, there was still a chance in the future. But if he were to perish, it would truly be the end. Shoo! While everyone was feeling uneasy, in the middle of the forbidden star domain, a gigantic green vertical eye that resembled a star instantly shot out a gigantic green beam of light. Not only did the primeval Heaven's Eye attack again, the weeping soul sanguine ape and the other 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals gathered around it also took action. Each of them shot out a gigantic beam of light that converged at the same spot where the green beam of light had struck. Screech! At the same time, the weeping soul sanguine ape raised its head and let out a shocking screech. He was using that strange bloodline divine power again. Here at that moment, as the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the weeping soul sanguine ape's head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples that surged out. It fused with the 11 beams of light that had just converged in the void before spreading out. Blinking. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a strange blood-green screen of light. Here this blood-green screen of light that was formed from the fusion of the energy beams of 11 heavenly Dao realm experts as well as the power of the weeping soul sanguine ape's strange bloodline divine power spanned an extremely large area, reaching a size of 50 billion kilometers. At that moment, as the gigantic blood-green screen of light appeared and enveloped the void, the 50 billion kilometer stellar domain's void began to tremble violently. The void's forces instantly turned chaotic as everything within the 50 billion kilometer region turned hazy. Looking at it with the naked eye, everything appeared indistinct and surreal, as though it was an illusion. That was even when one extended their spiritual perception to probe, it was very difficult to obtain accurate information. This was the result of 11 heavenly Dao realm experts joining forces to cause chaos in the void. It was obvious how powerful it was. Very soon, in this hazy and chaotic expanse of space, the shadow of a huge green urn appeared. It was about 10 billion kilometers in diameter, but it was still condensing inwards. At this rate of condensation, it would take at most 20 breaths of time before this extremely hazy shadow-like green urn would completely disappear. At that moment, Primeval Heaven's Eye's deep voice sounded with endless joy. It's a success. He's still inside. His aura is still the same. Previously, he had already used that strange method to escape from me twice. He didn't leave behind any clues and was completely untraceable. Since we have ambushed him this time, how can I not be on guard? Now, the void within the 50 billion kilometer region is in complete chaos. Just like back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, there's no way to teleport. His mysterious escape technique can't be activated either. In this way, in at most 20 breaths of time, this void green urn, which has a circumference of 10 billion kilometers, will completely disappear as it continues to condense. All the existences inside the green urn will be completely crushed into nothingness under the power of the powerful primordial void laws. Even late-stage heavenly Dao realm experts at the 7th stage won't be spared. There's no chance of survival. Primordial chaos, forbidden ground. Forbidden ground in the central zone of the Earth-star domain, the 11 Heavenly Dao realm experts led by the primordial Heavenly Dao Green-Eyed were gathered. They were encircling a void that spanned 5 million kilometers. Now it was in complete chaos. Even void teleportation was impossible. In the chaotic void that spanned 5 million kilometers, one could vaguely see a gigantic sealed void green urn. Now it was less than 50 billion kilometers in diameter. Furthermore, it was still shrinking. At this rate, it would vanish completely in less than 30 seconds. This scene made Primeval Heaven's Eye feel relieved. In his delight, he let out a strange laugh and his voice sounded, "GGG." Previously, he had already used that strange method to escape from my hands twice, not leaving behind a single clue. How could I not be on guard against this? Now, the void within the 50 billion kilometer region is in complete chaos. In another 20 seconds, the void green urn will vanish from the continuous contraction. All existences inside the green urn will be reduced to nothingness. He was extremely confident about this because he had done his research on Yi Xian's means. After all, with his shrewdness, it was impossible for him to take action without absolute confidence since he had gone to great lengths to set up such a trap. No, it was only the primordial Heavenly Dao's azure eye. It was the same for the 10 Heavenly Dao realm beasts under his command, led by the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. At that moment, as the Heavenly Dao's azure eye's voice sounded, the 10 Heavenly Dao realm beasts' auras turned intense. They were eager to give it a try, although they had never fought the so-called Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, or even made contact with him. They had heard Primeval Heaven's Eye mention it. Now, as the void green urn continued shrinking, the Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, was doomed. He was bound to perish. But some of the treasures on him should be left behind, such as the Shenong Cauldron or the 9-colored Sea of Flames. These items would be squeezed out when the green urn shrank to its limits. After all, they were treasures of an era that contained a sliver of connate light from Providence. The primordial chaos void laws would not be destroyed just like that. They even hoped that the rather extraordinary Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, would be able to escape with a wisp of his remnant soul. That way, as long as this wisp of remnant soul landed in their hands, they could search his soul and obtain the various supreme mystic techniques and bloodline divine powers he possessed. For example, the profundities of the heaven-falling Bao, or the heaven-defying mystic technique that allowed one's cultivation level to increase by an entire realm without any time limit. These were all supreme treasures. Even supreme existences at the Heavenly Dao realm would not be unmoved. Meanwhile, just as the primordial Heavenly Dao Azure-Eyed and the 10 Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals led by the Weeping Soul Blood Ape were filled with hope, in the endless sea of battleships to the left of the distant stellar domain. The higher-ups of the various races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry heavens were all ashen. They similarly saw the scene in the stellar domain center. They saw the chaotic sealed void that spanned 50 billion kilometers, as well as the green urn that had shrunk to less than 50 billion kilometers in size. The green urn was clearly still sealed. In such a situation where the void was in complete chaos, it was impossible for Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape despite being a late-stage 7-stage Heavenly Dao. This was definitely a sign of his imminent demise. At most, a wisp of his remnant soul would escape. Furthermore, time was already running out. It was imminent, at most a few seconds. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, they finally tasted the bitterness of complete despair. Even if the Demon Hall's master, Yi Xian, didn't save them this time, as long as he successfully escaped, there would still be hope. But now, look, that green urn, looks like there's a hole in it? Even as that formless scent of despair silently spread in the hearts of countless champions in the 3 major celestial planes, a soft cry of a breakthrough suddenly echoed from the main control cabin of the large star fortress where the leaders of the 2 human factions and the Temple of Glory were gathered. It was filled with hesitation and disbelief, but more than that, it was an incomparably strong cry of astonishment. Some of them shuddered violently and subconsciously turned to look at the holographic screen in the main control cabin. Then, their eyes widened as they gasped, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the next moment, joyous cries echoed from the cabins of the battleships like a tidal wave that blanketed the world. Heavens, what happened? There's clearly a hole at the bottom of the green urn. It's very small and inconspicuous, but it's very clear. The green urn broke. There was a hole in it due to some accident. Yi Xian is a Class 7 late-stage Heavenly Dao realm. He would definitely be able to seize the opportunity to escape. After leaving the green urn, all he has to do is charge out of that chaotic and seemingly sealed 50 billion miles of void and teleport away instantly. The last ray of hope is preserved. We still have a chance at freedom. The heavens have taken pity on us. At the same time, in the middle of the void in the primordial Forbidden Lands, the primordial Heavenly Dao Green-Eyed and his 10 Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had their smiles come to a halt. Then, as if in agreement, the 11 Heavenly Dao realm existences let out a shocking roar at the same time. Roar! Brr! Screech! What happened? Why is there a hole in the green urn? Attack immediately! We have to stop the master of the magic hall before he escapes the sealed 50 billion miles. Boom! Rumble. With a furious roar, the 11 figures moved in unison. The strength in their bodies was pushed to its limits as they charged in the direction of the hole in the green urn. The situation was completely reversed in a split second. The atmosphere in the forbidden area of the primitive world was completely stagnant and tense, green, inside the urn. Positive just as Yi Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body and instantly leave, the green urn suddenly quaked violently. This was clearly a result of the void being disturbed by a powerful external force, causing it to fall into a chaotic rhythm. Without a doubt, the ones who had taken action were Primeval Heaven's Eye and the Heavenly Dao Realm Feral Beast generals under him. Just 2 or 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts were unable to do so. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart sank to rock bottom. At that moment, he was truly flustered. In just a few seconds, the green urn that had a diameter of more than 10 billion miles had shrunk to less than 10 billion miles. Pressing on. At this rate, it would take at most a dozen breaths before the entire void green urn completely disappeared. At that time, it would be the time of Yi Xian's death. Positive just as he was burning with anxiety, a hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the green urn more than 2 billion miles away. It left Yi Xian stunned as he opened his mouth wide in a daze. Primeval Forbidden Zone, 50 billion miles away from the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Ever since Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher entered the Forbidden Star area of Untainted Universe, Shi Wanjin, who had been following them all the way, had been hiding in a remote corner of the void, concealing his aura and silently lurking there. Positive. During the month that Primeval Heavens I set up the green urn and waited for Yi Xian's arrival, Lion Wanjin's lurking figure had not moved at all. However, his attention was highly focused as he captured any abnormal fluctuations in the void. These weak energy fluctuations were like clues to him, which he could use to understand the situation in the primeval Forbidden Zone. Although it was impossible to know everything in detail, he could still grasp the general situation. This was a special bloodline ability that Shi Wanjin had awakened after the transformation of his divine soul bloodline and the awakening of his thunder poison tribulation body. It was not a divine ability, nor a secret technique, but it was no weaker than any of them. This ability was somewhat similar to some of the abilities of the Spacebug clan. The Spacebug clan could keenly capture extremely weak energy fluctuations in the void through their antennae and obtain information from them. In fact, Shi Wanjin, who now had the thunder poison tribulation body, was far superior to the Spacebug clan in this aspect. Although they were separated by hundreds of millions of miles in the void, it had been a month after all. Even if the energy fluctuations in the primeval Forbidden Zone were extremely weak, they could not escape Shi Wanjin's keen perception. As early as 10 days ago, he had learned everything. He knew that Primeval Heavens I had used Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher as bait to set up a green urn in the void to lure his master, Yi Xian, into the urn and kill him, Before Shi Wanjin's thunder-poison tribulation body had awakened, his entire body and divine soul had been completely refined by Yi Xian's slave seal. Therefore, after the lightning-poison tribulation had completely awakened, nothing had changed in the slightest. His loyalty to Yi Xian had always been the same. Since he knew that his master was in danger, Shi Wanjin naturally could not stand idly by. However, he did not act rashly. In the following 10 days, he calmly made inferences. When Yi Xian arrived, he instantly sensed him. After all, he was a late-stage heavenly Dao realm existence. Furthermore, Yi Xian was not launching a sneak attack this time. Instead, he was rushing over openly. His aura did not converge in the slightest. Then, at the next moment, at the instant Yi Xian entered the green urn, Shi Wanjin, who had not moved for more than a month, finally moved. He remained concealed and converged his aura. This was also the ability of the awakened thunder-poison tribulation body. Although it could not compare to the heaven-defying effects of Yi Xian's psyche mystic technique, perfect pulse, it was not much different. With his desolate supremacy realm cultivation level, even powerful heavenly Dao realm existences would not easily discover him unless they deliberately probed him carefully. In fact, with Yi Xian's arrival, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals under him had all focused their attention on the green urn. They had no intention of paying attention to anything else, nor did they imagine that someone would dare infiltrate the desolate wilderness forbidden ground at such a time. Even in the deeper waters of the Milky Way's left bank, the desolate wilderness forbidden ground, which had 11 powerful heavenly Dao realm existences presiding over it, was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Although it was not ranked in the top 10, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to easily provoke it. Under such circumstances, Shi Wanjin, who had fully powered his mystic technique, carefully proceeded forward. Finally, he successfully entered the desolate wilderness forbidden ground and lay in ambush beside the green urn. He did not immediately take action because the situation back then did not require it. Although Shi Wanjin did not know what the interstellar coordinate jump ability of Yi Xian's devouring system was, he knew that Yi Xian had the means to escape without leaving a trace. The situation back then was unable to keep Yi Xian, but Shi Wanjin strongly suspected that the Primeval Heaven's Eyes setup was not that simple. Therefore, he lay in ambush. Indeed, what happened next confirmed his guess. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed it, but he was also a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He knew that such means required time to set up and prepare. As for Yi Xian, he did not expect that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher would need so much time to complete their metamorphosis. His inference had made a mistake, and although it was just a few seconds, the final outcome was that he nearly fell into a dire situation. There is still Shi Wanjin. When the primordial heavenly Dao Green Eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul sanguine ape attacked simultaneously, sealing the vast void that spanned 50 billion kilometers around the green urn, Shi Wanjin took action. He remained concealed and converged his aura. Without anyone noticing, he reached the bottom of the green urn that had shrunk to a circumference of about 50 billion kilometers. However, following that, he began to chew on it. That's right, he used his mouth to chew on it. It was the simplest and crudest method. To others, this was clearly impossible. Even Yi Xian himself was incapable of doing so. His teeth were not that good. However, Shi Wanjin was different. Ever since his lightning poison tribulation body awakened, his teeth had become better. After his cultivation level entered the supreme primordial realm, the situation became even more obvious. As mentioned previously, his lightning poison tribulation body could devour everything. It was about the same as Yi Xian's treasure-devouring body. However, the treasure-devouring body devoured energy. As for Shi Wanjin's lightning poison tribulation body, it could also devour other objects apart from energy. However, it was more troublesome. He could only chew on it bite by bite. If he was willing, even a star could be devoured bite by bite, digesting it and transforming it into a resource that boosted his cultivation level. However, if he were to reveal his berserk lion bloodline true body, with his present desolate supremacy cultivation level, he could travel 5 million kilometers. That would allow him to devour faster. If he were to do so, he would instantly be exposed. He was only a first-stage desolate supremacy. If he were to expose himself and be discovered by the primeval heaven's eye, the other party would definitely be able to kill him before he could chew on the green urn. Therefore, Shi Wanjin did not do so. He continued maintaining his human appearance as he chomped on the bottom of the green urn. This was the void green urn that was condensed from the primordial chaos void law. Even with his heaven-defying teeth, it was extremely slow for him to chew on it. However, even so, under Shi Wanjin's all-out effort, in less than 10 breaths, a small hole was finally bitten out of the bottom of the green urn. It was not big, only the size of a fist. However, the appearance of this small hole was extremely significant, because it represented that the originally completely sealed void green urn, which didn't have the slightest gap, had been destroyed. It was precisely because of the appearance of this fist-sized gap that the danger of Yi Xian being trapped within the green urn was instantly resolved. Inside the green urn, the original diameter of the green urn had shrunk to less than 10 billion kilometers. It was only around 8 billion kilometers. According to this rate, the entire void green urn would disappear in at most 10 breaths of time. At that time, it would be the time of Yi Xian's death. Facing all this, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment he was truly panicking. In fact, with his methods, it was not impossible to break through this void green urn, but it required time. In less than 10 breaths of time, it was impossible for him to complete it. Just as he was burning with anxiety, a hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the green urn more than 2 billion kilometers away, causing Yi Xian to be stunned and his mouth to open wide in shock. Swish! In the next moment, with an incomparably weak sound of breaking through the air, a ray of light rushed in from the fist-sized hole. In a flash, it turned into Shi Wanjin's figure, and he opened his mouth and called out, "Master, it's you." Yi Xian was dumbstruck, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No matter what, he never thought that someone would save him at such a critical moment. Furthermore, this person was actually Shi Wanjin. Compared to this extreme surprise, he was not so surprised that Shi Wanjin had already reached the first level of the desolate realm. This fellow's divine soul and body had completely transformed, and he had awakened the lightning poison tribulation physique. It was as though he had been reborn, and he possessed a terrifying devouring ability that was not inferior to his devouring treasure physique. Under such circumstances, coupled with the fact that Shi Wanjin had left him to develop and grow in the outside world for quite some time, it was reasonable for him to enter the desolate realm. But, even so, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a hole in the void green urn, even if the hole was only the size of a fist. After all, the void green urn was condensed from the powerful primordial void laws. Even if Yi Xian, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, could break it, it was absolutely impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. He would need at least 30 breaths of time. But, in fact, from the time he entered the void green urn to the time when the primeval heavens eye sealed the 10 million kilometer wide hole until now, a total of less than 30 breaths had passed. Yi Xian could not figure out how Shi Wanjin did it. At this moment, his entire mind was in a daze, buzzing, and his expression was as though he had just seen a ghost. It was extremely brilliant. This is condensed from the power of the primordial void laws. After a breath of time, he finally came back to his senses. His body trembled slightly, and at the same time he gasped, he subconsciously asked with a tone full of emotion, "How did you do it?" "Good teeth, gnawing it out," Shi Wanjin replied. Shi Wanjin gave a simple reply before pointing at the fist-sized hole behind him. He reminded him, "Shouldn't we be leaving? The heavenly Daos, I should have discovered it." This sentence reminded Yi Xian. Although he was deeply suspicious of Shi Wanjin's claim of having good teeth and gnawing it out, now was not the time to delve into this matter. On one hand, the primeval heavens I must have sensed something amiss and should be rushing over. On the other hand, the fist-sized hole that Shi Wanjin suspected to have gnawed out had shrunk by half in just a few breaths of time. This, clearly, it was the result of the primordial void law's influence. In just a few more breaths of time, the hole would have closed again. This In fact, in just a few words, the void green urn, which had already shrunk to a radius of more than 8 billion miles, seemed to have shrunk even more. Now, it was less than 6 billion miles, and at most, it would disappear completely in 6 breaths of time. The situation was critical, and there was no time to delay. Xiao, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not continue to delay. With a wave of his hand, he directly put Shi Wanjin in front of him into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the hole at the bottom of the green urn that had shrunk to the size of half a fist. The moment he rushed out of the hole, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relaxed by half. However, it was only half because he was not really out of the predicament yet. Although he had rushed out of the void green urn, the void outside the green urn was still in chaos. Moreover, it was a vast area of 50 billion miles. In the 50 billion miles of chaotic void, Yi Xian could not activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the devouring system in his body and leave calmly in this way. Xiao, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. After his body rushed out of the half-fist hole at the bottom of the green urn, Yi Xian's divine sense spread out and probed the closest distance. Without any hesitation, he activated all the energy in his body. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a ray of light that surpassed the speed of lightning as he charged forward. Roar! Damn it, you actually managed to escape? A few of them cursed. At the same time, 10 billion miles behind him, Primeval Heaven's eyes' shocking roar could be heard, revealing a trace of fluster and exasperation that could not be dispersed. He was really angry. Everything was about to be completed, but at the final moment of harvest, such an accident happened. Until now, he still did not understand how the hole at the bottom of the void green urn, which was only the size of a fist, had appeared, but all of this was not important. The moment he saw Yi Xian's figure rush out of the hole at the bottom of the green urn, Primeval Heaven's eyes' heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He realized that today was probably going to be a wasted effort again. The present Yi Xian was still in the chaotic void that spanned 50 billion miles after all. There was no way for him to use his teleportation ability, nor was it possible for him to use his freakish mystic technique to escape instantly. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Roar! Roar! Screech! Amidst the astounding roars, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals, with the weeping soul sanguine ape as the lead, pushed their powers to the limits. They transformed into 11 blazing auroras that flanked Yi Xian from the left and right. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The spot where Yi Xian had rushed out from the bottom of the void green urn was only about 10 billion miles away from the edge of the chaotic void. And this was the direction he had chosen. 10 billion miles was just a matter of seconds for Yi Xian, whose peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. At the instant he moved, he had already activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Just as he rushed out from the edge of the chaotic void, the interstellar coordinate jump ability was instantly activated. Phew! A beam of light flashed, enveloping Yi Xian's figure. With a flash, it instantly vanished with his figure, leaving no traces behind. It was completely untraceable. Screech! At that moment, Primeval Heaven's eyes' roar that was filled with endless indignation resounded throughout the vast, desolate, forbidden land. Chapter 5097. In the primordial void, in the endless dark zone that was extremely far away from the two sides of the Milky Way, near the base camp of the Source Nest star, whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and an imperceptible flash appeared, followed by Yi Xian's figure. He had just left the forbidden land of the left bank of the Milky Way and activated the interstellar coordinate ability of the devouring system in his body. The locked jump coordinate was near the base camp of the Source Nest star. A long time ago, after he returned from the endless turbulent void, he took the opportunity to go to the Source Nest star, but he didn't stay for long at that time because the Magic Hall army was in trouble, so he left in a hurry. Here at this moment, as soon as his figure appeared, he directly rushed to the Source Nest star in the void in front of him. he used his divine sense to explore. The surroundings of the Source Nest star were extremely quiet. Even from far away, he could vaguely see the surface of the Source Nest star. Xianxia had some teams of ferocious beasts and demonic cultivators patrolling the area. As his figure turned into a ray of light and directly landed on the Source Nest star, the patrolling teams of demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts immediately swarmed over. Yi Xian didn't stay here for too long, then his figure flashed and went underground, directly entering the first layer of the Life Giant Fortress's inner space. Such as now, the entire interior of the Source Nest star had been swallowed by the Life Giant Fortress. Under the shallow layer of rock on the surface was the entire Life Giant Fortress. It was extremely huge, and with the use of space folding technology inside, it was so vast that one couldn't see the end at all. The news of his return was quickly transmitted by the patrol team on the surface of the star. A large number of space beasts were rushing over, and among them, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Nebashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zuofeng Tai, and other demon powerhouses were clearly seen. Including the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole were also rushing over. Everyone was extremely excited. This time, he didn't leave for long, so the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver Pole, Gui Hai Dao, and other trusted subordinates still had the same cultivation base. This in the past few years, all his trusted subordinates that had been left behind on Source Nest Star had cultivated wholeheartedly, and their strengths were rather extraordinary now. The Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Dawn were already exalted realm experts, and they weren't far away from the primordial era. As for the 8 Vajra warriors Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, as well as the leaders of the demon army, including Naibwa Mountain, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and Zuofeng Tai, they were all universe masters, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not too far away from becoming universe supreme masters. The 20,000 great beings under Yu Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu all had the power of universe knights. Even though they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it wouldn't be long before the entire demon army of 20,000 cultivators would progress in their cultivation once again. They had been nurturing Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu's 20,000 demon soldiers as an elite troop. They had invested a lot of top-tier cultivation resources into them over the years. Such as now, it seemed that the results were amazing, but this wasn't the end. Everything had to continue. Thinking that there would be a demon army of 20,000 universe knights soon, Yi Xian felt extremely gratified. However, he couldn't wait to see how far this elite demon army, which had been following him since the beginning, could reach in the end. Besides the demon army, the space beasts in the 10 million ferocious beasts under Old Pig Demon's command had also made amazing progress in their cultivation. Last time, when Yi Xian left with Old Pig Demon, there were already 7 great beings at the initial stage in the ferocious beast army. After all, when Yi Xian left, he had left behind a few level 28 great beings pills. At that time, there were already 9 universe masters in the ferocious beast army. After dozens of years, there were 7 great beings at the first stage, which was normal. Now, a few years had passed, and the other 2 universe supreme ferocious beasts had also become great beings. Now, there were a total of 9 great beings at the level of great beings in the ferocious beast army, and there were more than 1,000 universe knights and universe masters. All of them were at least emperors or above. With 10 million emperors, this was definitely an elite ferocious beast army. After chatting with the generals who were guarding the Source Nest base camp for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and summoned Shi Wanjin, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher's original body from Shin Nong Treasure Cauldron. Among the 3 of them, Shi Wanjin and Shui Ben had stayed in the Source Nest base camp before, so they were familiar with it. However, Mosquito Butcher's original body was very curious. He looked around and from time to time, he was shocked and surprised. After all, he came from one of the 3 main space planes, so he had been exposed to modern technology before. Although he was shocked by the size and high end of the Life Giant Fortress in Long Yihao Life Giant Fortress, it wasn't unacceptable. He quickly got used to it. What happened just now? that fist-sized hole at the bottom of the green void urn. Very quickly, Yi Xian brought up the important matter and turned to look at Shi Wanjin. His expression was serious as he revealed a strange expression. It can't be that you really ate it bite by bite, right? Yes, master. Shi Wanjin replied. Wanjin's expression was calm as he nodded and replied, ever since my soul and bloodline transformed and I awakened the thunder poison tribulation physique, I've been mastering some unique abilities. For example, what you just said is one of them. At this point, Shi Wanjin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, but that green void urn was condensed from the primordial chaos laws after all, so it's extraordinarily tough. It's definitely the most difficult thing to eat that I've ever eaten. Back then, I only bit out a fist-sized hole, but my teeth were already numb. Shi Wanjin was obviously complaining that the green void urn was too tough, and it was extremely uncomfortable to chew on it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was dumbstruck on the spot. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, as if he was completely shocked by him. That void green urn was condensed from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos. Even though Yi Xian could break it, it would take him a long time to do so. Moreover, he would need to use all of his methods, such as the divine Nong nine-colored flames and even the heavenly fallen bow, a powerful bloodline ability. However, Shi Wanjin was so simple and violent. He actually used his teeth to bite out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Even if someone patted their chest and told him about it, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind. Caught off guard, he actually gave himself a big fright. Lion. Shi Wanjin's words allowed Yi Xian to confirm his terrifying ability. He never thought that Shi Wanjin would be so simple and violent. He actually bit out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind, and he was caught off guard. It actually gave him a big fright. In theory, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void was condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law, and the layer of invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way was also condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law. The essence of each was the same, but the strength was different. For example, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void. The current Yi Xian could still break it with a little time if he used all his means. However, with Yi Xian's current strength and means, it was absolutely impossible for him to break the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way with his own strength. But after all, it was not absolutely indestructible and unbreakable. Until Xiao Xingbo and the headless baby corpse had successfully broken it one after another. Then, at the critical moment, they rushed into it and entered the interior of the Milky Way. Dang! However, even though Xingbo and the headless infant corpse had successfully created a small hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way galaxy, the speed at which the hole was repaired was extremely fast. It was simply infuriating. In just a flash, the barrier was restored to its original state. But it didn't matter. As long as Shi Wanjin's freakishly good teeth could bite through this invisible barrier, even if it was only a small pinhole-sized hole, even if this hole only existed for 1/10 of an instant, it would be quickly repaired under the influence of the extremely powerful Hongmeng Void Law. For Yi Xian it was still enough. With that 1/10 of an instant, he could definitely take the opportunity to rush into the interior of the Milky Way star field. However, whether this matter can succeed is still unknown, but at least it's worth a try. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. After making the decision, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin, and then with a wave of his hand, he took him, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher into the Shenong cauldron in his body. Then Yi Xian, Gehai Yi Dao, the 8 great guardian deities, and the others left the Source Nest Starbase camp immediately. This time, the destination he was going to was the dark area at the end of the right side of the Milky Way. This Milky Way star field was vast and boundless. and its entire body was enveloped and protected by a layer of invisible barrier. In fact, Yi Xian could start anywhere, but there were many ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way. This kind of thing was too shocking. If it was spied on by someone, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. By the reason why the ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way star field existed was actually because of the Milky Way star field. Some of the powerful ferocious beasts and remnant star fields in the ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields have been waiting for countless years on both sides of the Milky Way. The only thing they want is to be able to enter the Milky Way star field and compete for the Hongmeng destiny of the next era. If they knew that Shi Wanjin had such abnormal teeth that he could bite a small hole in the invisible barrier formed by the powerful Hongmeng void law that enveloped and protected the Milky Way star field, and let people enter in advance, I'm afraid that all the ferocious beasts and remnant star fields who knew this news would go crazy. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Xian decided to try this matter in the dark area at the end of both sides of the Milky Way star field where there was no starlight, but there were also no ferocious beast-forbidden lands and remnant star fields. After a few days, they arrived at their destination. It was already dark in front of them, and only some faint starlight could be seen on the left side. That was the Milky Way star field. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian summoned Shi Wanjin from the space inside the Shenong cauldron and took him to the edge of the Milky Way star field. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. "Try it later and see if you can bite it." Shi Wanjin said. Shi Wanjin understood instantly, and a dull expression appeared on his face. Apparently, he was a little stunned. He had never thought of such a thing, nor did he dare to try it at all. How could the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and protected it for countless years be so easy to bite through? Swoosh! While he was dumbfounded, Yi Xian had already begun to act. With a wave of his hand, a light beam shot out, rushing towards the Milky Way star field ahead. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded, and the light beam shot out and stopped abruptly in front of thousands of miles away. A layer of hazy barrier appeared in front of the light beam, but it was only about 1,000 feet long. There was no similar hazy barrier in other areas. The entire Milky Way star field was so vast and boundless, although it was shrouded and protected by an invisible barrier condensed by the power of the primordial chaos void law. However, it was impossible for an impact force to appear in any place. The entire huge invisible barrier that enveloped the Milky Way star field appeared, now that the light beam hit it. Although the hazy barrier was only 1,000 feet long, it would be wrong to think that there was no barrier in other areas that didn't appear. He didn't believe that if he sent another light beam to other places, a hazy barrier would immediately appear there. "Come, try biting it." Seeing this hazy barrier that was only 1,000 feet long appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the hazy barrier that suddenly appeared in the void thousands of miles away, hinting Shi Wanjin to try it. In this way, it seemed that it was impossible not to bite it. Shi Wanjin, a depressed look appeared on Shi Wanjin's face, but he didn't say anything. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a light beam and blasted away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of this hazy barrier. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and then directly opened his mouth and gnawed on it. No, needless to say, this scene was really strange to the extreme. If there were some space beasts or survivors on both sides of the Milky Way star field passing by at this time, and suddenly saw such a scene, someone lying on the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field and directly gnawed on it, I'm afraid that they would faint on the spot. Yi Xian's face showed a very expectant expression. Although he didn't have much confidence, at least he had some expectations in his heart. After all, Shi Wanjin had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land before. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi Wanjin gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up, and turned to look at him with a bitter face. Although Shi had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the great desolate land before, Yixian obviously still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up. He turned to look at him with a bitter face and said pitifully, "Master, the roots of my teeth are sore. I can't bite it." "Can't bite it?" Yixian's face showed a look of disappointment, and subconsciously turned to look at the place where he had just gnawed. In an instant, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. These are teeth marks. In the line, the place where Shi had just gnawed had clearly left a few teeth marks on the hazy barrier membrane. At this time, perhaps because of the influence of the primordial chaos void law, the hazy barrier membrane that had been gnawed on with teeth marks was being repaired. Thus, therefore, these clear teeth marks are slowly disappearing. That's right, after gnawing for a long time, only a few teeth marks were left. "The roots of my teeth are sore and I really can't bite it." Wang Lin also looked back at the barrier membrane, and his face was full of bitterness. "Master, there's no need to think about this matter anymore. It's simply impossible. You call this can't bite it? You've already gnawed on it." Yixian was stunned. Xian was stunned for a few moments before he regained his senses. An incomparably excited expression immediately appeared on his face. "This is the strongest barrier condensed from the power of the primordial void laws. To think that you were able to leave a bite mark on it. Just this alone is enough to explain the problem." Halfway through his sentence, he turned to look at Shi again, and his eyes revealed an encouraging look. "It should be because your cultivation level is insufficient. It doesn't matter, after all, you are only a first-order desolate supremacy. Just a first-order desolate supremacy, and you are already able to gnaw on this strongest barrier membrane, leaving teeth marks. If your cultivation level is increased by another large realm, reaching the first-order heavenly Tao realm, there is a high chance of success." According to his deduction, the result was indeed so. After all, the difference between a first-order desolate supremacy and a first-order heavenly Tao realm was like the difference between the sky and the abyss. Furthermore, Yixian did not want to gnaw a large hole in this barrier membrane. He only needed a small hole the size of a needle's eye. Even if it only existed for a tenth of an instant, it was enough. "All right, then. I'll try again in the future." Upon hearing Yixian's intention to let him continue gnawing on it in the future, the bitterness on Shi face became even stronger. Right now, he was only a first-order desolate supremacy, and was still extremely far away from the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, although he was depressed, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. At least for now, he did not need to continue gnawing on it. After gnawing for half a day, his teeth were really sore. However, although there is no need to try again on this barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, we still have another chance. On the side, just as Shi secretly heaved a sigh of relief, Yixian suddenly changed the topic. From his words, it was clear that he wanted to continue gnawing on it. Shi was so frightened that his heart, which had just calmed down, immediately rose to his throat. He looked at Yixian in horror. "Don't worry, according to my calculations, we shouldn't return empty-handed this time." After glancing at him, Yixian comforted him with a few words, then continued, "Although you can't gnaw on this invisible barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field for the time being, the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely not as tough. According to my calculations, although the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely stronger than the void green urn in the great desolate forbidden land, compared to the invisible barrier that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, it is definitely much weaker. Even if your current cultivation is only a first-order desolate supremacy, it may not be as easy to gnaw on the void green urn in the great desolate forbidden land, but as long as you spend some time and teeth, you should still be able to gnaw on it. There's a total of 3,000 source hive stars in the boundlessly vast primordial void. Because the primordial void is too vast and completely dark, these 3,000 source hive stars are truly difficult to find. It's even to the extent that some source hive stars that are located in extremely remote locations have probably never been discovered by anyone. But before I found the Milky Way star field, I happened to encounter some nesting stars in the void and recorded their void coordinates. These nesting stars are all enveloped by an invisible barrier membrane and can no longer be entered, indicating that the chaos seeds nurtured inside have already sprouted. Every chaos seed will eventually give birth to a chaos demon god. There are a total of 3,000 nesting stars, and they can eventually give birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. These 3,000 chaos demon gods are the protagonists of the next primordial era, and even the bloodline descendants they give birth to in the future will be the innate life forms of the next primordial era. Oh no, there are no more than 3,000 chaos demon gods, at most 2,999, because one of the nesting stars has been destroyed by me and transformed into the base camp of the nesting star. At this point, Yixian took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes burned even brighter. It's impossible for us to grasp all 3,000 origin nest stars in our hands. However, it's completely possible for us to grasp a small portion of them as if we're stealing from the heavens. The chaos seeds in the nesting stars are still in the process of being nurtured and have not given birth to consciousness at all. As long as we can bite a small hole in the invisible barrier that covers the nesting stars, some of the higher-ups in the magic hall with special bloodlines will be able to enter the nesting stars. Once the dove occupies the nest and successfully replaces the chaos seed that is still in the process of being nurtured, or even devours it, when the new primordial era begins in the future, it will directly transform into a powerful chaos demon god. This is also to seize the destiny of the next primordial era. It was not that Yixian had not done this before. The largest nesting star that nurtured the strength demon god among the 3,000 nesting stars was now occupied by one of his doppelgangers. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest doppelganger. With this successful precedent, now that there was a way to enter the sealed nesting stars, Yixian was naturally tempted. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin. Why don't we try gnawing on one first? Hearing this, Shi Wanjin almost wailed on the spot. At this moment he was in a bad mood. He really wanted to tell Yixian that he was not worried about returning empty-handed, but he was worried that if he gnawed on it a few more times, his teeth would break. Unfortunately, with his loyalty to Yixian, there was no way he could say this out loud. The unwillingness in his heart was only instinctive because his teeth were sore from gnawing. However, this kind of unwillingness would not go against Yixian's wishes. If Yixian really asked him to continue gnawing on the nesting stars, Shi Wanjin would at most be worried about his teeth and would not resist. Chapter 5098. At this time, if what Yixian mentioned was spread out, it would be earth-shattering, and the entire Hongmeng void would be shaken. It wasn't that he hadn't done this before. Among the 3,000 nesting stars, the largest nesting star that gave birth to the strength demon god was now occupied by one of his clones. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest clones. In fact, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body had entered a nesting star. This matter was confirmed by Shui Ben through the bloodline in his body that was of the same origin as the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. According to Yixian's estimations, the Mad Mosquito Emperor definitely wasn't the only one who had successfully entered a source hive star to steal the heavens and change the sun. There was with these successful precedents, there was no need to say more about the feasibility of this so-called stealing the heavens plan. In fact, Yixian had the idea of carrying out this stealing the heavens plan on a large scale before, but this depended on luck. If the chaos seeds in the nesting stars had not sprouted yet, they could enter. But once the seed of chaos in the core of a source hive star had sprouted, the supreme laws of the primordial void would sense it and instantly send down an invisible barrier to protect the source hive star, making it impossible for anyone to enter again. In the past, the reason why Yixian didn't carry out the stealing the heavens plan on a large scale and let his trusted subordinates with special bloodlines enter the nesting stars was because of this. Almost all the nesting stars they encountered had the chaos seeds in the star core already sprouted, and the invisible barrier that enveloped the nesting star had been activated, so it was impossible to enter. But now it was different. Because of Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian was very likely to have mastered the method to enter the sealed nesting star, so he was naturally tempted. This, after confirming that this plan was indeed feasible and the probability of success was very high, he immediately turned to look at Shi Wanjin excitedly. "Why don't we try gnawing on one first?" When he heard this, Shi Wanjin almost howled in grief on the spot. His entire body felt unwell, but he couldn't disobey Yi Xian's orders. Although his face was bitter, he still nodded in agreement. Yi Xian was also an impatient person. Furthermore, this stealing the heavens plan was no small matter. Since he had already decided, there was no way he could sit still. He immediately decided to give it a try. However, whether this plan could be carried out as planned, there was still a crucial question that had yet to be confirmed. That was whether Shi Wanjin could bite a hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped Source Hive Star. Such as if this couldn't be done, then everything else was meaningless. The so-called stealing the heavens plan was just a fantasy. Yi Xian was in a hurry to confirm this matter at such an important juncture. No matter what, he had to first find a nesting star and let Shi Wanjin try to gnaw on it. Then he would know the final result. Xiu! With a weak sound, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly put Shi Wanjin into the space inside the Shenong cauldron in his body. Then he directly tore through the void, stepped into a crack in the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a few days, Yi Xian arrived at a remote location in the Hongmeng void. There was a nesting planet in front of him. It was one of the nesting planets he found when he was wandering around the vast Hongmeng star field, looking for the Milky Way star field. Yi Xian had encountered many nesting planets during that time. After all, after entering the Hongmeng void, it took him dozens of years to find the Milky Way star field. During this period of time, he had been wandering aimlessly in the boundless dark void. In the past 10 years, he had found over 100 origin nest stars. Unfortunately, other than the largest origin nest star that his energy clone had entered, the origin nest star that gave birth to the strength demon god, as well as the one that he later transformed into the origin nest base camp, when Yi Xian found the other origin nest stars, the primal chaos seeds within their cores had already sprouted. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian couldn't enter them. However, although he had no choice but to retreat, the coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets in the vast Hongmeng void were all recorded by him. At that time, it was just a whim and something he did casually. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. Otherwise, if he didn't record the interstellar coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets, it would take him a long time to search for them one by one. At this moment, in the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles ahead, a huge nesting planet could be seen. It was dark, without the slightest light. When divine sense spread out, it couldn't detect the slightest energy aura. It was no different from an ordinary abandoned planet. However, Yi Xian already had experience and was able to instantly distinguish between ordinary abandoned stars and source nest stars. The one in front of him was one of the hundreds of source nest stars that he'd encountered back then. Xiu. After arriving in front of him, Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly summoned Shi Wanjin from the space within the Shenong cauldron. He pointed at the star in front of him and said, "Hey, that's a nesting star. Try it later and see if you can bite a hole out of it." Shi Wanjin was speechless. Shi Wanjin's face showed a depressed expression. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Xian to find a nesting planet so quickly. Depressed in the midst of depression, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he said, "After entering the space inside the cauldron, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher knew about this matter. They asked me to tell Master that they also want to enter the nesting planet." This made Yi Xian stunned, but he quickly understood. Crazy, the original bodies of the Mosquito King and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had entered the Hongmeng void to search for Xing Bo and his followers. However, this matter was meaningless now. None of those people had any humanity in them. In addition, the other thing was naturally to compete for the Hongmeng luck of the next era. In this regard, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body was ahead of Mosquito Butcher's original body. He had already entered a nesting planet and successfully stole the heavens. Therefore, it was understandable that Mosquito Butcher's original body had such thoughts. until although Xue Ben's bloodline had undergone atavism and turned into a desolate ancient fierce mosquito, the ancient fierce mosquito was only a primordial fierce beast. It was the bloodline left behind by one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in this era. If now that he had the opportunity to enter a nesting planet, seize the fortune, and become one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in the next Hongmeng era, Xue Ben naturally wouldn't miss it. This was also good. Both of their bloodlines and talents were extraordinary. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Yi Xian. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. When Shi Wanjin's figure appeared, he immediately told Yi Xian the idea of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. Although he was stunned for a moment, he didn't object. This was good. After all, Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had extraordinary bloodlines and talents. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Yi Xian. Thinking at this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a faint whistling sound, 2 fine rays of light appeared as Yi Xian waved his hand. They stopped abruptly in the void not far ahead and turned into the figures of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. The two of them appeared, and they naturally understood everything when they saw the source hive star that was 50 million kilometers ahead. They didn't say anything and just turned to look at Shi Wanjin while bright lights flickered in their eyes, and both of them revealed a wisp of dense anticipation that couldn't be dispersed. Whoosh! At this time, Yi Xian had already taken action. With a wave of his hand, a fine ray of light shot out and rushed toward the nesting planet in front of him. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded. The fine ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly 10 million miles above the nesting planet hundreds of millions of miles away. Tight. Then, a layer of hazy membrane appeared under the fine ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet wide. There was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same situation as when he tried in the Milky Way star field. Then, as the hazy membrane appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin and pointed his finger forward. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious. He was clearly signaling Shi Wanjin to try. Sigh. Shi Wanjin sighed bitterly. A depressed look appeared on his face, but he didn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a fine ray of light and blasted out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to gnaw. This scene was really strange to the extreme. An existence that seemed to be a powerhouse was actually lying on an invisible barrier that enveloped the planet and directly gnawing on it. This was simply horrifying. Although Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher on the side had already been mentally prepared, they were still a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was Yi Xian, but he seemed to be used to it. Seeing that Shi Wanjin had already started, his eyes instantly burst out with a blazing light. His eyes were locked on the position of Shi Wanjin's mouth, and his face was full of expectation. This time, Yi Xian was not disappointed. Previously, he had already deduced that although the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field could not be gnawed by the strength of Shi Wanjin and Yin Zhongjin for the time being, the barrier that enveloped the nests of the source hive stars would definitely not be so tough. Although the barrier that enveloped the nesting planet was definitely stronger than the void urn in the Great Desolate Forbidden Land, it was definitely much weaker than the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field. This was only Yi Xian's guess before, but now it had been confirmed. In the first place, right now Shi Wanjin was only a first-order desolate venerable. Gnawing through the invisible barrier of the nesting star was indeed not as easy as gnawing through the void urn in the Great Desolate Forbidden Land. However, it only took a little bit of time and effort. In the end, he still gnawed on it. In terms of time, it was still okay. It only took 2 hours, which was not too long. In the end, in fact, from the moment Shi Wanjin laid on the barrier and gnawed on it, Yixian's eyes had already locked on the position of his lower mouth. At that time, he had only gnawed on about a dozen times, and a bite mark appeared on the barrier. This was an invisible barrier that protected the nesting planet. After being hit by an external force, if the external force did not continue to attack, it would only take a while for the barrier to slowly disappear and could no longer be seen. But now, because Shi Wanjin had been lying on top of it and gnawing on it, there was a continuous external force, so the barrier that appeared had not disappeared and had always been there. Dang, when the first bite mark appeared, Yixian's heart was in his throat. This was expected, and he was not surprised. After all, in the Milky Way star field, he had already gnawed on it. The key was what would happen after this bite mark appeared. Soon, similar bite marks appeared more and more, and there were 2 rows, and they were getting deeper and deeper. This was clearly the rhythm of this barrier being nibbled away by Shi Wanjin's teeth. As long as he could hold on and keep gnawing like this, he would definitely be able to gnaw a hole. After all, this barrier was very strong, but it was not very thick. When a small layer of the barrier was gnawed away, Yixian turned to look at Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. Although he did not say much, the meaning behind it was obvious. Once a small hole was bitten into the barrier, the intruder would have to take advantage of this critical moment to transform into a streak of light and charge into the barrier. Otherwise, once the small hole was repaired under the influence of the primordial chaos void laws, Shi Wanjin would most likely burst into tears on the spot. Moreover, only one heaven stealer could enter a source hive star. Therefore, Yixian turned to Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher at this moment to let them prepare. At the same time, they had to discuss who would enter this source hive star first. Otherwise, if both of them rushed out at the same time and entered the source hive star, it would be troublesome. Only one chaos demon god could be born in a source hive star, and all other life forms would be obliterated and turned into energy nutrients for the chaos demon god. If both of them entered at the same time, Shi Wanjin would have to gnaw out another small hole to let one of them come out. If that really happened, Shi Wanjin would probably have the heart to die. Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher obviously understood Yixian's meaning. The two exchanged a look and quickly came to a decision. Shui Ben took a step back, while Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher pushed the power in his body to the limit. His eyes were fixed on the place where Shi Wanjin was gnawing. At this moment, his whole body was like a string that had been stretched to the limit, and he could rush out at any time like an arrow leaving the bow. In the silence, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Yixian and the other two waited for about 30 minutes, and during this time, Shi Wanjin was lying there gnawing his teeth. Then, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane, a hole about the size of a fingernail appeared, and it was suffused with an incomparably pure energy aura that made one tremble in fear. Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's eyes flashed and he instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he drilled into the small hole and entered the source hive star, disappearing. Chapter 5099. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. After chewing for more than 4 hours, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane by Shi Wanjin's abnormal teeth, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Finally, it was bitten open. Xiao, Tu Zhenzun did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted away. Blinking, his eyes drilled into this small hole and entered the source nest star, and then disappeared. Buzz? Since he had already entered, Shi Wanjin naturally would not continue to gnaw on it. This was not something that was easy to chew on, so he immediately stopped. Next, in an instant, a low buzzing sound rang out, and the hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 rows of teeth marks next to the hole also quickly blurred. This was the sign that after the continuous external force disappeared, the power of the primordial law that condensed this invisible barrier membrane was repairing it. His speed was simply too fast. Previously, Shi Wanjin had spent close to 6 hours biting out this fingernail-sized hole. But now, it had only taken him 3 breaths of time to do so. Everything had already disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a 1,000-feet-wide barrier. Not to mention a bite mark, there was not even a single trace left behind. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful the primordial chaos void law was. It recovered too quickly. Previously, Xianxia had been gnawing non-stop for half a second before he was able to gnaw out this hole. No, in that case, if he gnawed for a while and rested for a while, even if he died here, it was impossible for him to gnaw out that fingernail-sized hole just now. This time, it's really hard for you? With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian's face suddenly showed a touch of apology. He turned to look at Xianxia, who was holding his cheeks and gritting his teeth, and asked with concern, "How is it? Are your teeth broken? Are you injured?" "Fortunately, I'm not injured, but the roots of my teeth are too sore." With a word of concern, Xianxia instantly became spirited again. He nodded firmly and said, "But at most 3 days of rest, I can gnaw on another one." This guy seemed to be addicted to gnawing. This time, before Yi Xian said anything, he brought it up himself. Seeing that Yi Xian was dumbfounded and speechless, Xianxia grinned and said with some relief, "Although it was not easy after all, I just gnawed on everything the size of a fingernail and swallowed it. It is really a good thing. Just a little bit, it actually made my cultivation level obviously." After messing around for so long, Yi Xian came to a realization and immediately rolled his eyes. After all, this invisible barrier was condensed from the power of the primordial void. It was the purest power of the law, and its grade was extremely high. It was even higher than the power of the heavenly Dao. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, and although it was not eye-catching and the amount was too little, it was definitely a top-grade cultivation resource. Dang. Of course, this kind of cultivation resource was really not available to others. Only a freakishly good mouth like Xianxia had the chance to taste it. Moreover, even he could not eat wantonly. At most, he would gnaw on a little bit. After that, he would have to rest for a few days. If he really let go of his stomach and devoured it, perhaps the speed of his cultivation level increase would be terrifying. If he was not careful, it was not impossible that he would directly explode. Mosquito Butcher's original body had already entered, and everything was going smoothly. He was doing this for the sake of the Heaven Stealer. When the next primordial era began and the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods were born, Mosquito Butcher's original body would be like the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body and Yi Xian's avatar. The next primordial era's darling, the Chaos Demon God, would be born. Yi Xian did not continue to stay here. After waving his hand and putting Xianxia and Shui Ben into the Shenong cauldron space, he immediately tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it, rushing to the next source head star. After the heavens, Xianxia did the same as before. This time, it took him less than 6 hours to gnaw a fingernail-sized hole in the barrier above a source head star. This time, it was Shui Ben who entered. Then, Yi Xian sent Xianxia into the Shenong cauldron space, and set off again, rushing to the third target. After the heavens, in an extremely remote primordial dark void, it was Yi Xian's third target. Here at this moment, he stepped out of a crack in the void, looked up at the source head star hundreds of millions of miles away, and immediately waved his hand, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light appeared as Yi Xian waved his hand, and abruptly stopped in the void not far ahead, turning into 2 figures. One was Xianxia, and the other figure was a purple gold thunder sparrow that had shrunk to a size of 1,000 feet. It was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. This time, Yi Xian wanted to send the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into the third source head star to help it steal the heavens. Here at this moment, as his figure appeared, Xianxia turned to look at the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal, and then swept his gaze towards the source head star in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. This was already the 3rd time, and he was familiar with the process. He knew what to do next and did not ask much. Here it was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. Yi Xian said a few words to it, which made it very happy, and it flew around Yi Xian several times. Swish! Very quickly, Yi Xian began to take action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the source head star in front of him, Wang. In the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the ray of light shot out, abruptly stopping in the sky above the sourcehead star hundreds of millions of miles away, and without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same as before. There was no need to say more. As the hazy membrane appeared, Yixian turned to look at Shi Wanjin and pointed at the stars in front of him. Swish! A look of anticipation flashed across Shi Wanjin's eyes. He, who had tasted the sweetness twice in a row, naturally wouldn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath. As if he was eating, he immediately bent down and bit down. Screech! Screech! Seeing this, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. Swish! Seeing Yixian point his finger, a look of anticipation flashed across Shi Wanjin's eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Then he took a deep breath, bent down. He started to chew. Screech! Seeing this scene, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. It was unknown if it was because he had already gnawed on it twice before, but this time, Shi Wanjin's speed was even faster. The previous 2 times, after gnawing for more than 4 hours, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the membrane of the barrier by Shi Wanjin's abnormal teeth. But this time, as soon as 4 hours were up, he had already gnawed a small hole in the barrier in front of him. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Roar! Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the thunder spirit raised its head and let out a long cry of incomparable joy. Then, with a flash of light in its eyes, its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot forward. Half in less than a breath, he had already drilled through this small hole and entered the origin nest star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 1. After completing his mission, Shi Wanjin did not continue to gnaw on it. He immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out in the next instant. The hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short breath of time, it had completely disappeared, not even leaving behind a single bite mark. Seeing this scene, Yixian let out a long sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down. Short in just 10 days, if news of what he had done were to spread, the entire primordial void would probably be shaken. Countless old monsters from all over would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet. This even when he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. In the entire primordial void, there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in each era, and in the past 10 days or so, Yixian had consecutively sent mosquito butcher's true body, Shui Ben, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into 3 origin nest stars, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. 3 out of 1,000 chaos demon gods, 3 of them had become his subordinates in the blink of an eye, occupying a ratio of 1 in 1,000. This was simply too shocking. In fact, if one were to include the original body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Yixian's power clone that was nurtured in the largest Source Hive star, and the Source Hive star that had long since been replaced by the Source Hive star, now, the number of chaos demon gods that could be confirmed to belong to Yixian's camp had reached 6. This was not a ratio of 1 in 1,000, but 2 in 1,000, 1 in 500. Of course, the Wild Dragon battleship was not an ordinary starry sky expert, but the energy of the Chaos Origin crystal in the Origin Nest Star, including the entire Origin Nest Star, had indeed been swallowed by the Wild Dragon battleship. The Wild Dragon battleship was the Wild Dragon battleship. The World Worm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship belonged to an existence that was between life and non-life. This World Worm battleship had swallowed an entire origin nest star that gave birth to chaos demon gods, and now all the energy was stored in every tiny molecule of this World Worm battleship. It was still uncertain what changes would happen in the future. But one thing was certain, and that was that the World Worm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship would definitely undergo some kind of huge transformation, and this transformation would definitely be reflected in the Wild Dragon battleship's giant life battleship. Then, with the passage of time, this giant life battleship that had accompanied Yi Xian since a very long time ago would definitely grow to an astonishing height that even he could not predict in advance. All this flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately became somewhat excited. After a long time, he slowly calmed down. "What about you? What do you plan to do next?" Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin. After a short pause, he continued, "Have you ever thought of finding a origin nest star, entering it, and quietly seizing the luck and fortune of a chaos demon god?" Thinking about it, Shi Wanjin had been working hard for the past 10 days, but he had been working hard all this time, making wedding clothes for others in vain. Now, Mosquito Butcher, Shui Ben, and the Lightning Emperor's seal had all entered a origin nest star, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. Although Yi Xian still wanted him to work hard for a while, and send more suitable subordinates into the origin nest star to carry out the heaven stealing, Yi Xian felt that it was too embarrassing. However, Yi Xian was a bit embarrassed to keep tormenting him like this, which was why he asked this question. Entering a origin nest star to steal the heavens sounds like a good idea. Chaos demon god, just hearing it sounds very impressive. When Yi Xian asked about his plan, Shi Wanjin was obviously a little tempted. As he spoke, he licked the corner of his lips. But after a short pause, he finally changed the topic. "However, compared to waiting for a long time in a origin nest star, I prefer to stay outside. After all, my lightning poison tribulation body is too special, and it requires too many resources. If I can't gnaw a hole out of the origin nest star after swallowing all the energy in it, wouldn't I suffocate to death later? Instead of that, it's better to stay outside." "Master, didn't you say that there are a total of 3,000 origin nest stars in this chaos void? I have already gnawed on 3 of them, although each one only gnawed off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the origin nest star. But these tiny bits of energy are incomparably pure, and they taste different. This should be because the attributes and bloodlines of the chaos demon gods bred in the origin nest stars are different. If I stay outside, not to mention gnawing on all 3,000 origin nest stars, as long as I can gnaw on a small part of them. Oh, let's make it 1,000. I have a hunch that if I can gnaw on 1,000 of them, I will taste 1,000 different kinds of chaos law. This will definitely be of great significance to me in the future. Maybe the lightning poison tribulation body will once again welcome a higher level of transformation. It is also possible." At this point, Shi Wanjin didn't say anything more. He turned to look at Yi Xian and asked hesitantly, "Master, do you think this idea is feasible?" Yi Xian was already dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, speechless for a long time. This fellow really wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. He was really too daring. He actually wanted to get his hands on all 3,000 chaotic demon gods that were born in the primordial chaos void for the next era. Although it was only gnawing off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the origin nest star, it was the purest chaos law power, and it was true that different origin nest stars were bred with different attributes. If he really gnawed on 1,000 origin nest stars, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. After hearing Shi Wanjin's plan, Yi Xian was greatly shocked. This guy really dared to think that the 3,000 chaos demon gods bred in the chaos void for the next era, he actually wants to get his hands on all of them. If he really gnawed on a little bit of each one, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. This was definitely an extremely daring idea. If he succeeded, what kind of heaven-shaking good fortune would it bring to Shi Wanjin? Even Yi Xian couldn't estimate it, Yi Xian thought. At this point, even he was a little moved. He stared at Shi Wanjin with a strange expression on his face for a while before finally shaking his head and smiling bitterly. This dream of yours is very strong. Since you have an idea, you can just do it yourself. But, halfway through, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Lightly sucking in a breath of cold air, he hurriedly exhorted, "You have already gnawed on the origin nest stars, so you should be able to remember their auras. The chaos demon gods bred there are already on your side, so you must not harm them. There are a total of 3,000 origin nest stars in the chaos void that give birth to chaos demon gods, enough for you to harm. You must not harm your own people. In addition, among the origin nest stars you haven't gnawed on, there are 2 that you must not eat. One of them is the chaos demon god of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body, and the other is one of this king's avatars, Xiao." Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out 2 streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, they entered Shi Wanjin's forehead and disappeared. Remember, these are the auras of the 2 origin nest stars. If you encounter them, immediately avoid them. After reminding him again, the expression on Yi Xian's face became extremely solemn. If you dare to be disloyal, you know the result. This was not a threat. Before Shi Wanjin's current lightning poison tribulation physique had been completely refined by Yi Xian with the secret method of the slave seal. No matter how strong he was now, and no matter how amazing his growth in the future, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could instantly explode his soul and die. Of course, Shi Wanjin himself was also aware of this, but now in the face of Yi Xian's warning, there was not even a trace of panic on his face, because he had never thought of disobeying Yi Xian's orders. He did not have the consciousness to do so, so there was naturally no need to be afraid. Xiao. Since this matter was over, there was no need to continue to delay. Yi Xian waved his hand and took Shi Wanjin into the Shin Nong's treasure cauldron, then directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. This time, the interstellar coordinate point he locked onto was still near the source nest star, because before returning to the forbidden area of the magic hall, he still had to make a trip back to the source nest star, since Shi Wanjin's plan was to continue to search for the source nest star and take a bite of it. Then naturally, Yi Xian would not waste such an opportunity. Shun. Therefore, he sent some suitable generals under his command into the source nest stars to steal the heavens. It was only natural for him to do so. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, not everyone was suitable to enter the source nest star to steal the heavens. The source nest star gave birth to chaos demon gods, and just by hearing the name, one would know that they were definitely existences with powerful blood qi and astonishing bloodlines. Although the dove had occupied the nest and seized the fortune, the difference could not be too great. At least, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the experts of the human race and the remnant citizens were not very suitable. Of course, Yi Xian's strength doppelganger was a special case. In terms of the abundance of blood qi and the strength of the bloodline, the strength doppelganger condensed by Yi Xian was not weaker than any of the star beasts with special bloodlines. Very quickly. Soon, he returned to the Source Nest headquarters and summoned all his subordinates who were in charge of the Source Nest headquarters. He explained the matter in detail and asked them to consider it on their own. Those who decided to steal from the heavens, after careful consideration and making a decision, could immediately register Gehai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the other great generals of the demon race ultimately gave up this opportunity. They cultivated in the Source Nest star and advanced very quickly. Besides, they also wanted to stay by Yi Xian's side. At most. In the end, there were only 5 people who decided to steal the heavens on the Source Nest star. They were the Elephant Fox Ferret, Ing Tai, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silverpole. Even the 8 great guardian deities gave up. The 8 great guardian deities came from the top 10 races of the second universe. They also had the bloodline of star beasts in their bodies, so they were suitable for stealing the heavens. However, these 8 fellows were used to riding roughshod over others. It was better to kill them on the spot than to wait for the full opening of the next primordial era on a source nest star. Of course, among the 5 people who registered, there was no problem with the elephant fox ferret, Lee mosquito, flying centipede, and old monster silverpole. They were all star beasts. However, Ying-tai was a little special. She was not a star beast, nor was she a life form of flesh and blood. Instead, she was a mechanical life form. Yi Xian had never thought that a mechanical life form would appear among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in the primordial era in every primordial era. Therefore, after Ying-tai proposed this matter and decided to register to steal the heavens on a source nest star, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. He was considering the success rate of this matter. In the end, he had to admit that even he could not deduce the result and was unable to determine the feasibility of this matter. After all, his understanding of the primordial era and the source nest was still very limited. This he told Ying-tai everything honestly, but she insisted. In the end, Yi Xian had no choice but to nod helplessly and agree. Perhaps Su Ying-tai might really be able to create a miracle. Anyway, the stakes were already clear to her. Even if she failed, she would have no regrets. This after the candidates were decided, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and put the elephantine sable and the other 4 into the internal space of the farmer god's treasure cauldron in his body. Then he left the source nest star and rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall. There were more subordinates there, so there must be many who had registered. 5 days later, in the forbidden area of the magic hall. Hiss! The crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure walked out from it. It was Yi Xian. After returning, Yi Xian immediately sent out his divine sense to gather all the higher-ups of the 6 major armies of the magic hall. Then, his figure flashed and he sat down cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the source nest star. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out from all directions, and rays of light shot toward him. Oh! 2 pig howls rang out. Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine rushed over, and the black-robed desolate sovereign from the Alliance of the Remnants also followed behind them. The 3 of them had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign, so they were the first to arrive. Behind them were the higher-ups of the magic hall who were below the desolate sovereign realm. Among them, the strongest were the mighty figures of the primordial era. Although there were not many of them, they were not few either. Looking around, all the higher-ups of the magic hall had arrived without exception. Chapter 5100. After the power of his spiritual sense was transmitted, the upper echelons of the 6 armies of the Demon Palace quickly arrived one after another and gathered outside Yi Xian's cave star. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the cave-dwelling star. The 7 beautiful cultivators, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were probably still in seclusion and hadn't arrived yet. Not far from him were Old Pig, the black-robed desolate sovereign, and Immemorial Porcupine. 3 behind him were 9 powerful beings from the remote antiquity era, the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan, the 3 powerful beings from the Alliance of the Remnants, the 6-headed Blood Dragon clan, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sang Ji. Here apart from them, Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, Blood Dragon, Green Rock Ancestor, and the last 200+ undyings from the captive army had all arrived. The upper echelons of the 10,000 evil army led by the immemorial turtle, as well as the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wentian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abyss Bodhi, and the other upper echelons of the smaller factions and clans arrived last. In just a few hours, thousands of figures had gathered. All the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall had arrived. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body are fine. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to look at the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, smiling as he nodded. The reason he left the Demon Palace's Forbidden Grounds for the Great Desolation Forbidden Grounds was to rescue Shui Ben and the Mosquito Butcher. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to announce the final result. Otherwise, all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall would be worried about him. The Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher were indeed feeling uneasy. When they heard this result, they immediately let out a long sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. However, the two of them did not return with me because they had already gone elsewhere. With a turn of events, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He paused for a moment before continuing, "This lord has returned this time and will be leaving soon. However, there is one thing that is extremely important. Now, I am asking for your opinion. No matter what decision you make, you must not reveal it in the future." After that, he used his divine sense to tell them about entering Source Nest Star to steal the heavens. Of course, he did not mention Shi Wanjin, nor did he mention how to achieve this. He only said that he had a way to accomplish this and asked the subordinates in front of him for their choice. Upon hearing this news, the gathered upper echelons of the Devil Halls were instantly shocked. It had been a while since they entered the primordial chaos void. Although the subordinates of the Magic Hall weren't allowed to travel outside the Forbidden Star field, there were still scouts outside to gather information. Hence, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall were quite familiar with the Source Nest Star. That this was the place where the Chaos Demon God was born. What Yi Xian said now was to let them enter the Origin Nest Star to steal the heavens, pry into the primordial luck of the next era, and replace the Chaos Demon God that was being nurtured within the Origin Nest Star. These words were too shocking. If it hadn't come from Yi Xian, they wouldn't have believed it at all. That, in fact, even if they heard Yi Xian say this with their own ears, they were still shocked and found it hard to accept for a moment. After a moment of shock, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall began to discuss this matter in groups of 2s and 3s. This matter was too serious and was not a small matter. When Yi Xian told them about this matter, they only used divine sense to communicate because they were worried that this matter would be leaked and cause unnecessary trouble. Thus, now, they didn't dare to discuss this matter in private. They had to use divine sense to communicate with each other when discussing this matter. Xian wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged at the peak of the atmosphere of the abode star and silently waited for the final decision of the higher-ups of the Devil Halls. Of course, he'd specially reminded them earlier. Because the nest of chaos was giving birth to chaotic fiend gods. All of them were existences with terrifyingly abundant vital energy and blood. So, entering the nest of chaos to replace them and become heaven stealers and space ferocious beasts was more suitable. Until it was best not to make such a choice for the great beings of the human race, unless they had extremely strong bodies and rich blood like the ferocious beasts, or they had special bloodlines. Otherwise, it wasn't suitable at all. After some discussion, they quickly came to a decision. Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, Green Ox, Yuling Long, Howling Moon Mastiff, Long Li, Three-Clawed Dragon, the Black-Robed Huang Zun, Ming Jiao, and the others all signed up. Division apart from them, there were also dozens of Universe Supreme beings from the Ferocious Beast Army, the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race. The total number was close to 100. The number was about the same as Yi Xian's estimation. In fact, his original intention was to not exceed 100. If the number exceeded 100, he would have to search for other Source Nest stars at the last minute. After all, there were only slightly more than 100 Source Nest stars that he had previously encountered and recorded the interstellar coordinates of. Indeed, if he were to search for them at the last minute, it would be too much of a waste of time. The Hongmeng void was too vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation level at the late stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, searching for Source Nest stars here was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack, of course. Apart from the nearly 100 people who signed up, Yi Xian also reserved 6 quotas. These 6 quotas were for Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo. They were Yi Xian's confidants, and they had long pledged their allegiance to Yi Xian. However, they did not stay by Yi Xian's side. Instead, they followed Yi Xian's instructions and returned to their respective races. Now, the races of the second universe, like all the other living beings of the Hongmeng Great World, had long fallen into the hands of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Therefore, the 6 of them were naturally no exception. They were all in the Hongmeng Great World's Forbidden Land, hence, they would have to make another trip there. However, this time, they were only there to rescue Medusa and the other 5 from the Forbidden Land. Since they had rushed there on a whim, the primeval Heaven's Eye would definitely not be on guard, so there should not be any setbacks. Shio. 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 Seeing that everything was almost done, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he put all the nearly 100 subordinates who had signed up into the Shinong treasure cauldron's space inside his body. They carried all their cultivation resources with them, so there was no need for them to return to their respective cave residences to pack up their belongings. This was a starry sky environment, and a great battle could break out at any time. It was simply a joke to pack up their belongings for such an important matter. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave with this group of subordinates and rush to the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Great World, he seemed to have suddenly sensed something. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned to look outside the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Great World. A gratified smile appeared on his face. The devouring treasured body is finally back. Shio. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a ray of light shot out from the forbidden land of the magic hall. It stopped abruptly in front of Yi Xian. It was the devouring treasured body that had been gone for a long time. The devouring treasured body was Yi Xian's avatar, and the 2 of them were originally one. Now that they were facing each other, there was no need for words to communicate. They instantly understood everything that had happened to each other over the years. The devouring treasured body's bloodline talent was stronger than Shi Wanjin's lightning poison tribulation physique, but it did not have as good a mouth as Shi Wanjin. And back when he left, the devouring treasured body's cultivation level was stronger than Shi Wanjin's. Therefore, since Shi Wanjin was already a first-stage desolate supremacy, the devouring treasured body had naturally stepped into that realm. And so his cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. Just like old pig spirit in his 9 transformation state, he was a supreme existence at the half-step heavenly Dao realm. With you presiding over the magic hall's forbidden land, I can rest assured. Looking at the devouring treasured body, Yi Xian smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, Shio. A ray of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the devouring treasured body's glabella and disappeared. The ray of light was none other than Yi Xian's mechanical avatar, which was also the Empyrean Beast. The Empyrean Beast was now a powerful existence at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Even the 4 heavenly kings who were at the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy realm were in the Empyrean Beast's body. And so Xian had sent the Empyrean Beast into the devouring treasured body's body so that it could stay behind with the devouring treasured body to preside over the magic hall's forbidden land. The Empyrean Beast could fight alone, but it could also summon the 4 heavenly kings with a wave of its hand, splitting out 4 electronic wisps of consciousness to enter. Together with the 4 heavenly kings, the 5 mechanical war beasts could join forces in battle. And again with the devouring treasured body and old pig spirit, there was naturally no need to worry about the magic hall's forbidden land. The reason for such an arrangement was that he would be leaving for quite some time. And near to have 100 generals enter the Source Hive Star to steal the heavens was clearly not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. After all, the Source Hive Stars were not gathered in one spot. They were scattered across the massive primordial chaos stellar domain. It would probably take several years for Yi Xian to bring his subordinates to complete the task. The devouring treasured body and Yi Xian were one to begin with. Even though he had been away for a long time, there was no need to elaborate on his return. Waving after handing the Empyrean Beast to the devouring treasured body, Yi Xian gave old pig spirit a few more instructions. He instructed him that if the devouring treasured body were to attempt to break through to the heavenly Dao realm, they had to be staggered. At any given moment, one of them would be left behind to preside over the magic hall's forbidden land. Rip! After everything was done, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, the crisp sound of ripping cloth could be heard. A void rift appeared in the void in front of him. He took a step forward and stepped into it, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Magic Hall's Forbidden Land was located on the left side of the Milky Way's right bank, while the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land was located in the middle of the left bank. Even with Yi Xian's strength at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm, it would take quite some time to travel from the Magic Hall's Forbidden Land to the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land. Previously, when he left the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land and returned to the right bank of the Milky Way, he had activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system, allowing him to instantly arrive there. However, on the left bank of the Milky Way, he did not imprint any interstellar coordinate jump points. Thus, therefore, there was no shortcut for Yi Xian to go from the right bank to the left bank of the Milky Way. The journey was long and he could not delay any further. He had to rush there immediately. A month later, Yi Xian traveled at full speed. He did not sleep or rest during the journey and finally arrived in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way. A day later, he could vaguely sense the auras of astral beasts ahead of him. He had finally arrived at the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land. Back then, Yi Xian was in his ape form. He was about 10 feet tall, and the cultivation aura he emitted was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. It was the same as Primeval Heaven's Eye. This time, he had no intention of concealing his figure or converging his aura. After all, he had come to take away Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo. And the 6 of them were definitely in the sea of battleships on the left side of the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land. The sea of battleships was so vast that all the living beings in the 3 main astral planes were gathered together. They had all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and astral fortresses as their homes. Even with Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength, he would need to release his spiritual perception to search for the 6 of them. As such, there was no point in concealing his figure or converging his aura. Once he entered the star domain, Primeval Heaven's Eye would be able to instantly sense it. Furthermore, at such a close distance, before Yi Xian could find the 6 of them and take them away, Primeval Heaven's Eye would definitely appear in front of him. As such, he might as well enter the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land openly and ask for the 6 of them. To Primeval Heaven's Eye, Lang Ganglai and company were not important resources. It was naturally not willing to take the risk. Shoo! An extremely sharp sound tore through the air as Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light. He was extremely fast and instantly charged into the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land. Roar! Darn bastard, you actually dare to return. Almost at the instant he charged in from the edge of the star domain, a shocking roar sounded from the deepest depths of the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land. It was none other than Primeval Heaven's Eye's voice. Boom! Rumble, roar. Ruthless. Soon, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. A green vertical eye that looked like a giant star shot out from the depths of the star field. Roars and howls resounded from the forbidden star fields on both sides of the star field. The 10 Heavenly Dao realm experts of the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Land led by the Weeping Soul Blood Ape are all here. You actually broke through again. Now, you are already at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm? Soon, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals came to a halt in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. The gigantic vertical eye flashed with a green beam as an extremely shocked spiritual perception voice sounded. He knew that Yi Xian's cultivation speed was fast. After all, his true cultivation level was only at the supreme primordial realm. However, he never expected it to be this fast. In less than 2 months, he had already reached the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm like him. Whoosh! Yi Xian completely ignored him. In an instant, the ferocious ape's figure vanished. The void where it originally stood had the strange sound of splashing water. Violent, the ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. Ruthless. Right on the heels of that, deep roars and howls sounded from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive figures rose up from the ground. They were none other than the primordial demon apes, 3 great fiend bodies. Chapter 5101. Roar. Screech. As the ferocious ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, it transformed into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. The 3 primordial demon apes' demonic bodies instantly rose from the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, they traversed 60 million kilometers. They were the body of flesh and blood, the body of bones, and the body of black fog. The body of bones did not have any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Although the body of black fog was in the form of a ferocious ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams. It appeared extremely strange. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 blood sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. They were none other than 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Dao realm experts. And the moment Yi Xian came up, he didn't say a word and directly condensed the 3 blood sea avatars. It was obvious that he was about to start a battle, causing the heart of the primordial heavenly Dao's green eyes, who was still shocked by his cultivation at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, to sink. If he did not have absolute confidence in winning. With his understanding of Yi Xian, it was impossible for him to attack so easily. What left him baffled was that Yi Xian had already taken Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher away the last time. He could not figure out the reason why he was attacking again. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval heaven's eyes flashed. A low, muffled voice was heard once again. "What are you up to?" Yi Xian completely ignored him. Just as the heavenly Dao's eye finished speaking, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. He had directly activated the 9 transformations demon ape bloodline divine power's final form, which was the demon ape true body. With a furious roar, the 3 blood sea avatars' powers instantly surged. It was as though a raging river was roaring. The 4 limbs and bones of the great blood sea avatar surged with boundless ferocity. There was also a surge of terrifying chi and blood power that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear gushing out from the 3 bodies. In an instant, they rapidly converged, and in just half a breath, their backs had already merged. In the blink of an eye, the 3 blood sea clones disappeared. What appeared in the void was the true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its body of flesh, bones, and black fog had fused into one. By the time the primeval heaven's eye regained its senses, the eyes of the skeleton of the devil ape's 3 true forms had already burst forth with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a mysterious aura like a raging river suddenly burst forth, spreading out in all directions. He suddenly raised his left arm, the originally empty palm of his left hand erupting with golden radiance. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand, simple and unadorned yet sinister. The middle part of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast, one facing up and one down. Within the mouth of the beast, there were 2 humanoid spirit creatures biting the legs of 2 humanoid spirit creatures. The 2 beasts opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was the heaven-falling bow, which was famous in the prehistoric era. The body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped its hands, and 2 fine rays of light shot out. The left hand of the body of flesh and blood held one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the heavens, and the right hand of the body of flesh and blood held the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shenong medicinal pestle. Whoosh! Only 9-colored fine ray of light suddenly flashed between the eyebrows, and the 9-colored ribbon transformed from the 9-colored flame sea appeared, entangling the huge and strange body of the black fog avatar. It could transform into an agile, colorful python and rush out at any time, revealing an endless sense of ferocity. The process sounded long, but in fact, it happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the devil ape true body appeared, and each of them took out their battle treasures and supreme divine abilities. When all of this was mixed together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heaven's eye was dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Yi Xian, speechless for a moment, Now Yixian, who had transformed into the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true body, although his cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, it was definitely the strongest existence among the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was not much weaker than a true 9th level expert. After all, the devil ape true body's three-headed, six-armed form was clearly the combination of three powerful 8th level heavenly Dao existences. And because the three of them were one, their backs were fused together, and this kind of combination was even tighter, making their cooperation flawless. Such an existence was definitely not as simple as facing three ordinary 8th level heavenly Dao existences at the same time. They were not on the same level at all. It could be said that if the current Yixian were to engage in a great battle, as long as the primordial heavenly Dao was slightly careless, the avatar wielding the heavenly fallen Bao could attack and kill it with a single arrow. This, at such a close distance, with the skeleton avatar waiting for an opportunity, there was no way he could avoid it. He would definitely be heavily injured even if he didn't die. In fact, even if the skeleton avatar didn't attack and the heaven-falling Bao was only used as a deterrent, the primeval heavens I wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from fighting Yixian in such a state. Furthermore, it was highly likely that it would be at a disadvantage. By ignoring the skeleton avatar, the remaining two devil ape true bodies were in no way weaker than him, be it in terms of physical body or skeletal body. They were both at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. By now that they had fused as one, the primeval heavens I would charge forward. It was equivalent to fighting 2 against 3. Coupled with the ribbon formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, as well as the might of the farmer god's treasure cauldron and the big-headed black rod, it was impossible for him not to be at a disadvantage. These thoughts flashed through the heavenly Dao green eye's mind like a spark. Instantly, a green beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. At this moment, heavenly Dao's green-eyed eye's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Although he wanted nothing more than to rush forward and suppress Yixian, he knew that he no longer had the chance. At least, it was impossible for him to do so at the moment. This guy's growth rate was really too shocking. Last time was the best opportunity to kill him, but unfortunately, they missed it. They couldn't keep him here and get rid of all future troubles. To now, Chen Shi had actually dared to come looking for him by himself, whereas he could only sullenly and forcefully suppress his impulse to make a move against Chen Shi, and he still stood 100 billion kilometers away from Chen Shi. He didn't dare rashly launch an attack because he was utterly unable to gain any advantage and would even suffer a loss. Thinking back to how weak Yixian had been in his eyes back then, not even comparable to an ant. He had never truly looked him in the eye. The disparity was so great, but the time was almost negligible. It was a huge blow to him. This time, I have personally come to the great desolation forbidden land to ask for 6 people. At this moment, as his strongest form was revealed, the voice of Yixian's divine sense sounded out as well. Although his voice wasn't loud, countless creatures in the entire great desolate forbidden area could clearly hear him. These 6 people, not a single one of them can be missing. I must take them away this time, either give them to me or fight. It's up to you whether you want to give them or not. Want 6 people? And he was so strong. If he didn't give them to him, he would immediately attack? Listen upon hearing Yixian's voice. The endless sea of battleships on the left side of the great desolation forbidden land star field instantly burst into an uproar. The Blood Wurm tribe, Blue Rock tribe, Battle Lion tribe, Inji tribe, Raging Ox tribe, Golden Eagle tribe, Colored Python tribe, Voracious Wolf tribe, and Tree Spirit tribe, all the superior beings and elders of the 9 races of the second universe were gathered in a star fortress that was 1,000,000 meters in diameter, each of them looking excited. There was also a powerful ripple emanating from the main control cabin of another star fortress. Hundreds of desolate supremacies and superior beings of the primordial era were gathered here, all from the first universe's plane, and were the foundation of the former first universe's slave races. Moreover, on the everlasting star of the third universe's human faction, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human faction, as well as the leaders of the human faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were also gathered. If counting the elders of various ranks of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory, there were also hundreds of superior beings of the primordial era and supreme ancients gathered here from the third universe. Phase in comparison, the leaders of both human factions gathered here, especially the Immortal Emperor and the few who had come in contact with Yi Xian before, were clearly more excited. In that very moment, the countless champions from the three main planes of the stars, as well as the leaders of various races and factions, all of them had an unprecedented hope and expectation ignited in their hearts without exception after they came to their senses. Everyone's eyes shone with an incomparably blazing light of expectation. Even though Yi Xian, the master of Magic Hall, had said that he would only take 6 people away, they believed that they would most likely be one of those 6. In fact, Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo also had this kind of excitement in their hearts, but this thought only flashed for a moment before quickly disappearing. Then, the 6 of them continued to shake their heads as bitter, self-mocking smiles appeared on their faces. Although they had pledged allegiance to Yi Xian and even returned to their own race at Yi Xian's behest, when did that happen? Such as now that the primeval world no longer existed, and with the height that Yi Xian had reached, even the incarnation of the primeval worlds will of heaven had to be wary of him. How could he still remember that little bit of history? Even more so, moreover, there were countless champions from the 3 main planes of the stars gathered in this sea of battleships. Even if the primordial beings and supreme primordial beings were added together, there were more than 1,000 of them. If Yi Xian wanted to take 6 people away, how could he possibly let them, who were merely universe masters, have a chance? Roar! Yi Xian, are you threatening me? Yi Xian's voice had barely faded when primeval Heaven's Eye, who was 100 billion miles away, suddenly flew into a rage. Since when did the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe become a place where anyone could threaten them? You can think of it this way. Yi Xian's voice sounded out once more, and the purplish gold light in the eyes of the skeleton clones suddenly burned brightly. It's just 6 juniors below the level of the primordial era. I will take them away right now. If you want to stop me, the heavenly fallen Bao will definitely shoot you. At most, I'll just retreat immediately, and when I recover, I'll come back and ask for it. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His terrifying 8th-level heavenly Dao realm consciousness extended toward the sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. In just a short time, he found the auras of Lang Ganglai and the others and locked onto them. He was so presumptuous and had already attacked. The primordial heavenly Dao was furious, but he did not dare to act rashly. Because, with his understanding of Yi Xian, since he had said so, he would definitely do it. Since, if he really wanted to stop him, the arrow would be unavoidable. No matter how much the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe were affected by the arrow, he could just escape, recover, and come back again. If he didn't agree to it every time, there was nothing he could do. If it happened a few more times, he would probably explode from anger. Phase, relatively speaking, it was just taking away 6 juniors who weren't even at the level of primordial beings. Yi Xian was a person who valued relationships. If he wasn't wrong, these 6 juniors were probably friends with him in the past and didn't have any special value. For these 6 juniors, there was really no need to confront the madman Yi Xian head-on. He could just think of another way to deal with him later. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, primeval Heaven's Eye forcefully suppressed his impulse to attack. His huge vertical eye that was like a star flashed with a green light, revealing an endless chill, but he didn't say anything in the end. This, he was clearly admitting defeat. As the embodiment of the heavenly Dao's will of the primeval universe, it wasn't easy for him to make such a concession. Yi Xian didn't dare delay any longer, in case the other party suddenly changed his mind. That would only add to his troubles. With this thought in mind, he immediately attacked. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 3 The 6-armed demonic ape's true form didn't move. It remained vigilant as it stared at primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape in the void billions of kilometers away. However, Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception was fully activated as a heavenly Dao realm rank 8. At that moment, An extremely sharp sound tore through the air as 6 beams of light shot out from the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. There was a figure in each of the 6 beams of light. They were Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao. The 6 of them were only universe masters, so they couldn't withstand such a terrifying speed. However, all 6 of them were enveloped and protected by Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception, so they were completely fine. Because he was worried that the green eye of the great desolate heavenly Tao would interfere, Yi Xian pushed his powerful divine sense, which was at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, to the limit. Now, he only brought along the 6 universe masters who didn't resist, so his speed was naturally extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 beams of light arrived in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape's true form and stopped abruptly in the void. Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao appeared. All of them had their mouths wide open, and they were in a daze, wondering if what they had just experienced was just an illusion. In fact, it wasn't just them. In the vast sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden desolate land, the powerful figures of the remote antiquity era and the supreme masters of the remote antiquity from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were beings like Undying Emperor who had been in contact with Yi Xian before, and they all looked like they had been struck by lightning. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away weren't them, but the young talents of several races in the second universe. It seemed that these guys had once had a conflict with Yi Xian, but they didn't know each other at all, as Lang Ganglai and the other 4 appeared in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape, in the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. The powerful beings and supreme masters of the primeval era from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away were the young talents of several races in the second universe. This was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, the higher-ups of all parties were as if they had been struck by lightning. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This was not the time to talk, and this was not a place to stay for long. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, Lang Ganglai and the other 4 were taken into the space inside the Shenong's treasure cauldron. Then, without hesitation, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The next moment, a light flashed, and the real body of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape shrank in size and was instantly enveloped by it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, this kind of secret method again. He disappeared in an instant without even the slightest spatial fluctuation. There is no trace at all. How did he do it? Roar. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the primordial heavenly Tao's eyes, which had long since anticipated this scene, instantly flew into a rage. His roar shook the heavens, causing the countless experts in the sea of battleships on the left side of the Forbidden Star region to tremble in fear. Yi Xian left, leaving with Lang Ganglai and the other 5 that they had not expected. At this moment, all the experts, including the Immortal Emperor, had a thick sense of despair on their faces. In the dark void far away on the right bank of the river, whoosh, an imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a light flashed, and Yi Xian's figure quietly appeared. This time, he activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The coordinate jumping point that Yi Xian had locked onto was still near the base camp of the Source Nest planet. Although it had only been a moment, he had already left the left bank of the Milky Way. Compared to the 1 month it took to get there, it was simply unimaginable. The higher the level of his growth, the more deeply Yi Xian could feel the power of the devouring system in his body. He really didn't know how Xingbo had fiddled with it back then. However, this time, Yi Xian did not return to the Source Nest planet. Instead, he directly rushed to the next Source Nest planet. Now, including Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Ba Dao, who he had just brought out of the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land, There were nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body. In other words, Yi Xian had to take Shi to find all the hundreds of source nest planets that had the interstellar coordinates recorded back then, and gnaw a small hole in the barrier membrane that enveloped these source nest planets, so that the nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the cauldron could enter one after another and quietly steal the sky. The task was too heavy. He really didn't have time to delay, so he could only set off immediately. After a few days, a source nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly waved his hand. In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into the figures of Shi and the green ox. Swish! Without wasting any time, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the source nest planet in front of him. Wang, with an incomparably deep buzzing sound, the ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly above the source nest planet that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. A ray of light without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the light. It was still about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in the other areas. It was the same as before. Swish! This time, Shi did not wait for Yi Xian to call out to him. His eyes flashed with anticipation, and with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath and bent down to chew on the food as if he was eating. Shi was getting more and more familiar with this kind of thing. After all, he was accumulating experience every time he did it. Every time he did it, his monstrous teeth were also getting stronger and stronger. This was the case for him. This time, Shi speed was as fast as before. For hours had just passed, and he had already bitten a small hole in the barrier in front of him. The small hole was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Moo! Swish! The green ox was already prepared. When it saw the small hole appear, it did not hesitate at all. It raised its head and let out a low moo. Then, a bright light flashed in its eyes, and its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and entered the interior of the source nest planet, disappearing from sight. Wang! Shi immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly recovering to its original state. Boo! Rumble! As soon as Yi Xian finished, a series of extremely dull rumbling thunder suddenly came from the end of the dark void in the distance. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time, then it strangely stopped. Yi Xian frowned, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Swish! Without hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and kept Shi, who was rubbing his cheeks but had a happy expression. It was obvious that he was happy because he had just gnawed on a bean-sized barrier membrane of a source nest planet. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted toward the end of the dark void where the strange rumbling thunder came from. After a few short breaths, Yi Xian had already arrived at the dark void where the rumbling sound came from earlier. As his figure came to an abrupt halt, he looked around, but there was only an endless expanse of darkness around him. Even with the power of his divine sense, he couldn't find anything beyond 100 billion kilometers. Don't talk about source nest planets. There wasn't even a speck of cosmic dust. Such a situation could be seen everywhere in the vast and boundless primordial chaos void. However, the low rumbling thunder that suddenly appeared and lasted for about 3 breaths of time was extremely real. Furthermore, it definitely came from this area. Yi Xian was now a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. At such a close distance, how could he make such a mistake? There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? As he muttered, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the place where the rumbling thunder came from. However, To his surprise, it was a dark void. There was nothing. Not only was there no sign of life, there was not even a speck of cosmic dust. There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? In shock, he muttered softly as if he was sleep-talking. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Indeed, there was such a possibility, but he couldn't be sure at the moment. This matter needed to be verified. With this thought in mind, Yixian's divine sense power spread out again. It was extremely meticulous, and it thoroughly explored the surrounding hundreds of billions of miles in the void. Indeed, after confirming that he did not miss anything, and that there was no abnormality, he did not hesitate and immediately turned to leave, rushing to the nearest source nest planet that was marked with the next interstellar coordinate. A few days later, he arrived at his destination. A source nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. After approaching it, Yixian waved his hand and two beams of light shot out. This time, the figures of Shi Wanjin and the primordial porcupine appeared. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, he waved his hand again, and a beam of light shot toward the source hive star in front of him. With a low buzzing sound, the beam of light shot forward and stopped abruptly at a distance of 10 million miles above the source hive star, which was hundreds of millions of miles away. Under the star in his sight, a familiar scene appeared again. It was a hazy barrier of about 1,000 meters. A gleam of expectation flashed in Shi Wanjin's eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a beam of light and blasted forward. He took a deep breath, and as if he was eating, he bent down and gnawed at it. 2 hours later, a small hole had been gnawed out of the barrier in front of him. Inside the hole, an incomparably pure energy aura was emitted. Chapter 5102. Moo, swish. The primordial porcupine was already prepared. It raised its head and let out a low and deep moo. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and disappeared into the interior of the origin nest star. Wang, a low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it was as good as new. However, Yixian's attention was not on this at all. In fact, from the moment Shi Wanjin bent down and began to gnaw, Yang Kai's divine sense had already extended into the surrounding dark void. His attention was raised to the extreme as he paid close attention to everything around him, not letting go of even the slightest clue. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, at the end of the dark void in the distance, the expected muffled sound of thunder immediately came. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time before it strangely stopped again. Li-Fei dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. This time, he didn't even pay attention to Shi Wanjin. He immediately teleported and locked onto the direction and location of the rumbling sound. In less than 1/10 of a breath, he had already arrived there. As expected, his heart sank once again. There was still nothing in front of him. His spiritual sense spread out, and within a radius of hundreds of billions of kilometers, it was the same situation. However, just now, the shocking rumbling sound had indeed come from this place. Although it had only lasted for about 3 breaths of time, there was an extremely dense energy fluctuation in this place at that time, revealing an incomparably dense aura of the primordial laws. Previously, in the vicinity of the origin nest star, Yixian already had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Now that he had encountered the same situation again, although the investigation was still fruitless and he did not find any conclusive evidence, his previous guess was basically confirmed. It wasn't that someone was hiding in the dark and pretending to be a ghost. It was just a natural reaction of the primordial void. The 2 consecutive low rumbling sounds were just a specific manifestation of the power of the primordial void law. This kind of feeling was similar to the reaction of the heavenly Tao in an independent world like the Great Desolate World. For example, the descent of the heavenly tribulation. While the reason for this situation was obviously related to Yixian letting Lion Wanjin gnaw at the invisible barrier protecting the source hive star and sending his subordinates into the source hive star to carry out stealing the heavens. When the primordial era began, 3,000 nesting stars would give birth to a chaos fiend god in the mysterious and boundless primordial void. When the primordial era officially began, the 3,000 chaos fiend gods who walked out of the 3,000 nests would become the first generation of chaos beings, the true favorites of the new primordial era. Example: the primordial chaos era, which had lasted for countless years, was about to come to an end. The 3,000 chaos fiend gods that had been born in the primordial chaos era had established many great worlds outside of the primordial chaos void. Of course, now that the primordial era was about to end, all the worlds that were created at the beginning of the era had already perished, devoured by the endless void turbulence, heading towards destruction. The Great Desolation world was the last of them. Just from this, it could be seen how important the chaos fiend gods born in the 3,000 nests were. Yi Xian didn't know much about the primordial void. Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why would there be 3,000 origin nests that gave birth to 3,000 powerful chaos demon gods every time the primordial era opened? But before the chaos fiend gods in these nests were born, there was no doubt that they were protected by the primordial chaos void. Just from the fact that the nests were like the Milky Way star field, there was an invisible barrier formed by the power of the laws that shrouded the nests. Although the primordial chaos void did not have the so-called will of the heavenly way like the Great Desolation world, or rather, the will of the heavenly way had a concrete manifestation, but the level of the primordial chaos void was still far above the Great Desolation world. The various powers of the laws here not only existed in the dark, but also had to be felt. It was one thing for Yi Xian to steal from the heavens once or twice. For example, when he sent Shui Ben, the mosquito butcher's true body, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit into a single origin nest star 3 times, there wasn't any abnormal reaction. But if he did this kind of thing too many times, the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void would naturally sense it. The last 2 rumbling thunder sounds were because of this. Right for Yi Xian, this rumbling thunder was actually just a kind of warning from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void. It seems that I have to hurry up. The power of the laws of the primordial chaos void has already sensed. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a dark light flashed within Yi Xian's eyes. His expression immediately became even more serious. We have to hurry up. Once this drags on for too long, I'm afraid something big will happen if we continue like this. Xiao. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and returned to his original position. After putting Shi Wanjin into his body, he immediately rushed to the next nest star. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since Yi Xian took Lang Ganglai and company away from the primordial chaos forbidden ground. In this half a year, everything was normal in the primordial chaos forbidden ground. However, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 Heavenly Dao Realm ferocious beast generals led by the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape never appeared. After Xian left, Primeval Heaven's Eye roared angrily before disappearing into the void. Even the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape and the other Heavenly Dao Realm ferocious beast generals under him did the same. From after that, they never appeared again. Forbidden Ground. All the experts in the Forbidden Ground were unsure if they were in seclusion in their respective cave abode stars, or if they had hidden in an unknown parallel void, or if they had left the primordial chaos Forbidden Ground and headed to other regions of the primordial chaos void. Heaven's Dao Realm experts came and went as they pleased, leaving no traces behind. It was too unfathomable. At this moment, in a parallel space that was connected to the primordial void, there was an enormous oval-shaped star that stood towering amidst the boundless darkness. It imperceptibly emanated an extremely obscure yet extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void. However, it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void, but in fact, there was nothing in it, not even a speck of cosmic dust. Therefore, the gigantic oval-shaped star that stood silently in the void was definitely something foreign. It did not belong here in the first place. Matter in fact, on both sides of the Milky Way, the upper echelons of the desolate supremacy and above in the various supreme forbidden grounds and stellar domains would usually hide in such parallel spaces. There was no connection between them, and some of them were even created by their own heaven-defying means. It was like a temporary cave abode. Rip! Rip! The crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In the distance of the dark void, a series of spatial cracks appeared. Following that, one figure after another rushed out of the cracks. There were big and small figures, but even the smallest figure was millions of miles long. In less than a minute, 10 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 10 figures walked out of them. They were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were the 10 heavenly Dao realm beasts under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was one of them. Buzz. With the arrival of the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals, the oval-shaped planet that stood silently in the middle of the void quaked slightly. With a deep hum, the planet suddenly emitted a faint azure glow, transforming into a gigantic azure vertical eye. This vertical eye was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos with his great divine powers. Usually, the primeval heaven's eye would seclude himself here. While among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful heavenly Dao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had the qualifications to enter this place and knew the coordinates to enter. For half a year, the primordial heavenly Dao Green Eye had been hibernating in this secret space that it had opened up. However, the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals under it had been sent out to carry out different missions, and back when they left, the primordial heavenly Dao Green Eyed had instructed them to return half a year later. Now, the 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals had returned as agreed. However, it was unknown how the mission they were tasked with was carried out. Tell me. Very quickly. Soon, as the green light in the gigantic vertical eye flashed, the primeval heaven's eye's deep voice sounded. After exchanging looks, the 10 heavenly Dao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, spoke one after another. They reported the situation they had investigated over the past half a year on both sides of the Milky Way. The Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone has been found. It's extremely far from our primordial desolate Forbidden Zone, with the entire Milky Way separating us. We are located in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, while the Magic Hall star domain is located on the left bank of the Milky Way's right bank. To head there, even a heavenly Dao realm existence would need to circle from the dark zone at the end of the Milky Way's left bank to the end of the Milky Way's right bank before rushing there. The journey is long, and even a heavenly Dao realm expert would need more than a month. As for the primordial desolate army, it's basically impossible. That's right. Along the way, one would need to pass through too many powerful forbidden zones and star domains. Such a massive army of living beings would attract too much attention, and any carelessness would lead to misunderstandings. Along the way, one would end up in a huge battle with unrelated existences. As for the situation in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone, over the past half a year, almost no experts have left the periphery of the star domain. They have always been holed up in the Forbidden Zone's star domain. However, there are hidden scouts that have been sent out. I captured one of them and obtained some information from a soul search. This scout team's commander is only a titled Undying Emperor. His level is too low, so he doesn't know the true secrets of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. However, one thing is certain. The Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, left half a year ago and has never returned. He seems to be carrying out some important arrangements outside, and now, the strongest expert guarding the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone is only a desolate supremacy old pig spirit at the 9th stage of perfection. He's only at the half-step heavenly Dao realm, so he can't even withstand a single blow. In addition, everything about Yi Xian's collection of innate elemental origins has been investigated. Apart from the left bank of the galaxy, he has also taken action on the right bank. Strangely, he had already collected a set of innate elemental origins, but for some reason, he took action again to hunt innate elemental ferocious beasts. Presently, We can already confirm that he has already gathered the quintessence of the second batch of quintessence treasures of the 5 elements. The quintessence of the Earth Guide, Fire Guide, Metal Guide, and Wood Guide have already been gathered. Presently, he merely lacks the quintessence of the Water Guide. In addition, over the past half a year, there have been some unprecedented phenomena happening in the primordial chaos void. It's extremely strange. The regions where the phenomena occur are not on the 2 banks of the galaxy, but in the vast, dark void that is extremely far away from the right bank. Practically every 3 to 5 days or so, in the vast dark void in the distance of the right bank, there would be a place that faintly emitted the rumbling of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth, and it imperceptibly revealed the aura of the primordial laws that caused one's heart to palpitate. In the beginning, this strange and untraceable rumble of thunder wasn't very intense. The aura of the primordial chaos laws that it emitted wasn't very rich either. But with the passage of time, the phenomenon is far from what it was half a year ago. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even anger. To think that there's such a thing. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has also given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even anger. Having said that, one of the heavenly Tao realm beasts paused for a moment before continuing. What's even stranger is that there is a nesting star within 100 billion kilometers of the place where the rumbling of thunder occurs without any warning. Although this matter hasn't been verified one by one, the dark void far away from the right bank of the galaxy is too vast. The rumbling of thunder only lasts for a short period of 2 to 3 seconds. After that, there's no more sound. It's impossible to lock onto its location. However, there were 2 times when the thunderous rumbles occurred, and some of us happened to be nearby, so we rushed over immediately. During those 2 times, we discovered a nesting star within 100 billion miles of the place where the thunderous rumbles occurred. Just based on this point, we can basically conclude the inference. This strange rumbling of thunder is very likely related to the nesting stars that are born in the primordial chaos void. There's actually such a thing. Upon hearing that, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. As primeval heavens I closed his eyes, an invisible and obscure force instantly emanated from his body. It circulated invisibly, causing the dark void to appear even more mysterious. The 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts led by the weeping soul blood ape didn't leave. They lay dormant in the dark void around primeval heaven's eye. They didn't do anything else as they waited for the results of primeval heaven's eye's inference. They also found this matter extremely odd. It had never appeared in the primordial chaos void before, and among the people present, only primeval heaven's eye had the highest cultivation level. He had already reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and he wasn't far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection heavenly Tao realm. Apart from that, as a former heavenly Tao will of a great world, he was adept at heavenly Tao inference. This was something that the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts present, including the weeping soul blood ape, were far inferior to. Therefore, all they could do was wait for the results of such inference. There was no way they could participate in it. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, 9 days passed. Over the past 9 days, the dark void was silent. There wasn't a single sound, but the obscure and profound aura that emanated from primeval heaven's eye's body grew thicker and thicker. It was to the point where it felt like it couldn't be dispersed. Very clearly, his inference had reached the most critical juncture. Heavenly Tao inference was extremely profound and extraordinary. The typical living being had no way of grasping it. Only the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world could come into contact with it. Even Yi Xian had never come into contact with it. Because of this, the Heaven Tao divination technique only lasted for 9 days. No matter if it was a shocking secret or a trivial matter, no matter if the result of the divination was obtained, the divination would definitely end in 9 days at most. This was something that the Weeping Soul Blood Ape and the other 10 Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals under the primordial Heavenly Dao Green-Eyed knew very well. Therefore, with the arrival of the 9th day, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened. They landed on Primeval Heaven's Eye's body, which was in the middle of the circle. As the dark light flickered, there was a thick sense of expectation that couldn't be dispersed. Just as the final moment of the 9th day was about to fade away, the huge vertical eye that had been tightly shut all this time suddenly opened. From within the eye, an extremely blazing green beam shot out. In an instant, the voice of the primordial Heavenly Dao's green eyes, which were filled with excitement and anxiety, sounded. Tell me quickly, have you counted the strange rumbling sounds in the past half a year? How many times have there been? Clearly, the inference had come to a conclusion. At the very least, they had found some clues. Otherwise, Primeval Heaven's Eye wouldn't suddenly ask such a question. And seeing how agitated and anxious he was, the matter was clearly no small matter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast General who happened to have counted the matter did not dare hesitate and immediately replied, "We've counted it. In the past 6 months, in the vast and endless dark void on the Milky Way's right bank, there have been a total of 28 such strange booms. But this is only the data when we left the Milky Way's right bank. Now that we've rushed back to the Milky Way's left bank, we've spent another month on the journey. Based on the fact that these strange booms happen every 3 to 5 days, the total number of booms should be more than 35 times. 35 times? Damn it, that's already more than a third of the time. We have to stop him as soon as possible." Hearing the number of explosions of the strange thunder, it had reached at least 35 times. The green eye of the primordial Heavenly Dao immediately became anxious. The vertical eye that was as huge as a star shone with a green light, and the low voice of the divine sense revealed a sense of excitement. Such a scene had almost never happened to him. After all, he was the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao's will of a great world. He was high and mighty, treating all living beings as dogs. There were very few things that could disturb his mind. Positive, while the Weeping Soul Blood Ape and the other Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals were alarmed and momentarily failed to react, Primeval Heaven's Eye's deep voice resounded in the dark void once again. He was narrating the results of his inference. The result of this inference is even more astonishing than the Heavenly Dao treasure from before. Even if we obtain the Heavenly Dao treasure, it will only allow a few more Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals to appear among the peak desolate supremacies of our desolate wilderness forbidden ground. This is not the ultimate goal of our gathering here. We have gathered countless living beings of the desolate wilderness world here and established a desolate wilderness forbidden ground on the left bank of the Milky Way. We have been waiting endlessly, and our ultimate goal is to enter the Milky Way's stellar domain and head to that mysterious homeworld to vie for the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch, and my inference results are also related to the providence of the next epoch. Those strange booms are indeed related to the nests in the primordial chaos void. This epoch is about to end. In this vast and boundless primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nests. Every nest gives birth to a powerful chaos fiend celestial. Once this epoch ends and the next primordial chaos epoch begins, the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials born in these 3,000 nests will appear. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos epoch. They are existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the Heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests germinate, the nests will be enveloped and protected by an invisible barrier. It's the same as the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter, but now, someone is stealing from the heavens. This person is very likely Yi Xian. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests. But now, there's someone secretly stealing from the heavens in the primordial chaos void. This person is very likely the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests. Although the primordial chaos void doesn't have the will of the Heavenly Dao condensed in different forms like the various great worlds, The power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws has always been affecting this incomparably mysterious great void. Those 3,000 nests are the first-generation living beings of the next primordial chaos epoch. Yi Xian used some unknown means to send his subordinates into the nests and replace them. This is no different from stealing from the heavens. At the same time, he's also stealing the primordial chaos destiny of the next epoch. The primordial chaos void naturally sensed something like this. It wouldn't be a big deal if it happened once or twice, but this person is actually so daring. In just half a year, he has already stolen the primordial chaos destiny of 35 nests and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the nests to replace the chaos fiend celestials inside and enter deep sleep. It is precisely because of this that the primordial chaos void sensed his attacks again and again. That is why the strange, thunderous roar that has never been heard before sounded. This is a warning, but he clearly wasn't scared and didn't stop. The primordial chaos void doesn't have a concrete will of the heavenly Tao. This is beneficial, but it also has a drawback. Now that Yi Xian has taken advantage of this loophole and successfully stole from the heavens more than 30 times in a row, this is the manifestation of its drawback. Unfortunately, we can't interfere in this matter, but if this continues, there will be a limit to the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws. Once this limit is touched, there will be a world-shaking disaster. No one knows what kind of changes will occur in the primordial chaos void, but the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, will definitely be wiped out by the invisible power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws. This line can't be crossed. 9 is the limit, and the number 9 is the ultimate limit. Every time the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, destroys the invisible barrier of the source nest star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void's laws and be tainted with a trace of karma. The limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws will instantly explode, and the culprit who destroyed the invisible barrier of the source nest star will be wiped out in an instant. At this point, the voice of the way of the heavens paused for a moment before continuing. The excitement in the voice of the divine sense was even more obvious. In other words, if you only attack 98 times, although it is extremely dangerous, there won't be any serious accidents. Now, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already attacked more than 30 times. He has used up a third of this chance to steal the heavens, but he still has more than 60 chances left. Although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the laws of the primordial void that enveloped the source hive stars and sent his subordinates into the source hive stars to carry out the plundering of the heavens. But one thing is certain, and that is as long as we find the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. If you want to, all of you can enter the source nest star and replace a chaos demon god. You can enter hibernation and nurture until the end of this era. When the next era begins, you can appear as a first-generation chaos demon god with a portion of the primordial chaos fate. Not only the 10 of you, but also the dozens of peak desolate supremacies in the chaos forbidden grounds who have yet to step into the heavenly Tao can also enter the source nest star to steal the heavens. This is a form of accumulation of resources. It's violent and direct. Perhaps it doesn't have much meaning at the moment, and it doesn't provide any obvious help to the karmic luck of the next primordial era. But once this era ends completely and the next era begins, its effects will instantly manifest. After all, in the entire primordial chaos void, only 3,000 chaos demon gods were born in an era. The mother planet that exists eternally occupies half of the primordial chaos era's destiny, and these 3,000 chaos demon gods share half. Once the next primordial chaos era begins, every time I have a first-generation chaos demon god under my command, the foundation to compete for the mother planet's destiny will be more abundant. So, no matter what, we must find the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, as soon as possible. There are only 60 chances left to steal the heavens, and one chance will disappear every 3 to 5 days. This is a huge loss that is almost unbearable. Screech. Chapter 5103. With that said, the primeval heavens. I didn't say anything else. Instead, the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star emitted a shocking roar. It was filled with endless excitement and indignation. He couldn't hold it in any longer. This opportunity and creation far exceeded what the heavenly Tao treasure represented. It was violent and direct. It was like harvesting the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch ahead of time. Furthermore, there weren't many opportunities left. Time was of the essence. Even someone as composed as him could no longer remain calm. Around the dark void, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the weeping soul blood apes, heavenly Tao green-eyed, were already dumbfounded. Hung the desolate heaven Tao's eyes words were too shocking. It completely overturned what they previously knew. They naturally knew about source hive stars and had a rather good understanding of them. The 10 of them had even entertained the shocking idea of entering a source hive star and replacing the chaos seed that was nurtured within. However, such matters depended on luck. Once the chaos seed in a source hive star sprouted, it was impossible to enter again. Therefore, they had only thought about it in the past and didn't pay much attention to it because it was nearly impossible. They never expected that such a nearly impossible opportunity would suddenly become a reality. The moment they thought of how they could enter a source hive star and use heaven stealing, and how they would appear as a powerful chaos fiend celestial in the primordial chaos epic, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals couldn't help but feel excited. That punk Yi Xian is as slippery as a loach. It won't be difficult to find him, but it won't be easy to force him to submit. Just as the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape were engrossed in their excitement, a green beam flashed in the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star. The deep and sinister voice of the primeval heavens eye sounded once again. This time, the stakes are too high. There is absolutely no room for error. With my strength and yours, I'm afraid we won't be able to guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find another heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th step to join forces with us. Coincidentally, isn't he still lacking a water guide origins? Fellow Daoist whale dragon of the whale dragon forbidden land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. This matter concerns the chaos fiend celestial. We can directly snatch the providence of the primordial chaos for the next epoch. There is absolutely no room for failure. With just me and the rest of you, there's probably no guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find an 8th order heavenly Tao realm expert to join forces with us. After figuring out everything, a cold light instantly burst out from the huge vertical eye that was like a star. Hung the desolate heaven path sex green-eyed spiritual perception voice turned deeper. That's perfect. Isn't he still lacking a portion of water guide essence? Fellow Daoist whale dragon of the whale dragon forbidden land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. The fellow Daoist whale dragon he was referring to was an extremely powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. His cultivation level was about the same as the primeval heaven's eyes. Although he was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was not far from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's peak. It could be said that they were evenly matched. In recent times, the primeval heaven's eye and Yi Xian had already clashed twice. Be it back at the demonic ape forbidden land on the left bank of the Milky Way or later on when they set up a green urn in the primordial desolate forbidden land to lure Yi Xian in. Both times, Yi Xian had relied on his own strength to face the encirclement of more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts. Eventually, he was able to escape with great ease. With these two precedents, the primeval heaven's eye was now extremely wary of Yi Xian. He placed unprecedented importance on him, and he had even vaguely forgotten about his mortal enemy, the headless infant corpse. The last time, he had set up a green urn in the primordial desolate forbidden land to lure his enemy. It could be said that he had waited patiently for the enemy to exhaust him. He had made ample preparations, but in the end, Yi Xian had still calmly escaped. Not long after they escaped, they brazenly came back and took away a few of the younger generation ants from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. It was also that time that made the primeval heavens eye realize that his cultivation level had broken through once again. In a short period of time, he had risen by a minor realm. Now, with that heaven-defying bloodline divine power, his peak combat strength was nearly on par with him, reaching the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It had been some time since Yi Xian left. According to the primeval heaven's eye's inference and estimates, he had not broken through again after his departure. But he reckoned that he wasn't far from another breakthrough. This was too bad. This was no trivial matter. He absolutely could not wait any longer. Not only did this person have the heavenly Dao treasure, but he also had the heaven-pilfering mystic technique. Furthermore, he had used up a third of the heaven-pilfering opportunities. Now, he only had about 60 or so chances left. Furthermore, the remaining 60 or so chances of heaven-pilfering would be used up every 3 to 5 days. That fellow had not stopped and continued causing trouble. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the present situation was extremely serious. He absolutely could not delay any further. If not only would he miss out on the 60 or so chances of heaven pilfering, even the heavenly Dao treasure would only be able to look on helplessly. Then, the stronger Yi Xian was, the more impossible it would be to suppress him in the future. But, in reality, even now, such a chance was already very slim. Yi Xian already had the same terrifying strength as him at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, that fellow had the Blood Sea mystic technique. Once he used it, he could instantly split into 3. The 3 Blood Sea avatars all had the same combat strength. And in addition, he had the extremely powerful divine power, the heaven-falling Bao. It could be said that even if there were 2 or 3 8th-stage heavenly Dao experts at the same cultivation level as the primeval heaven's eye, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to suffer. But he was rather confident about the whale dragon that he had previously mentioned. This, not only was the whale dragon's cultivation level the same as his, having reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, but it was only a sliver away from the 9th stage of the peak heavenly Dao realm. It was also a connate ferocious beast that possessed a very special bloodline divine power. If it was used without warning with the help of the primeval heaven's eye, there was definitely a 60% chance of suppressing Yi Xian. A 60% chance of winning is already very high, but it's still not enough. We only have one chance. If we miss it, there will be no more chances. Therefore, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong this time. Having said that, the gigantic green vertical eye flashed as it locked onto the weeping soul sanguine ape. After pondering for a moment, its deep voice sounded again. This time, we will focus on Daoist whale dragon's secret art of the whale swallowing. We will not use force to suppress him. It's useless even if there are too many people. However, the weeping soul sanguine ape's bloodline divine power will have a certain supplementary effect on your secret art of the whale swallowing. If you participate and strike with all your strength at the right time, my chances will increase by at least 10%. This way, it will be more than 70%. Although it's still not perfect, 70% is more than 2/3. It's worth a try. I will leave and may not return in the near future. Apart from the weeping soul sanguine ape, I will send 2 heavenly Dao masters to lead 20 powerful beings to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way and launch an attack. The remaining 7 heavenly Dao masters are not to act rashly. Stay here and guard the forbidden area of the chaos wasteland on my behalf. As for the 2 heavenly Dao masters who are going to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way, remember, you are just creating momentum. Your goal is to force Yi Xian back to the forbidden area of the magic hall. The battle doesn't need to be too intense. You can delay it a little. Whoosh! Having said that, the primeval heaven's eye didn't say anything else. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot out from its gigantic green eye. It enveloped the weeping soul sanguine ape in the void on its right side and disappeared in a flash. Hiss! Boom! Rumble! In the next instant, accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping silk, the dark void in front of the heavenly Dao Master's green eye emitted an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. The spatial rift appeared out of thin air. The green eye of the way of the heavens didn't hesitate any longer. Like a meteor, it rushed into the spatial rift in a flash and disappeared from sight. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With that, he left with the weeping soul sanguine ape. The 9 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals standing in the dark void immediately took action. Each of them tore open a void rift and immediately returned to the Chaos Wasteland forbidden area. Among them, 7 ferocious beast generals stayed behind. According to the primeval Heaven's Eye's orders, they were to guard the forbidden area on his behalf. As for the other 2 ferocious beast generals, they gathered troops from the forbidden area. They only led 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures and rushed out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the Magic Hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. The 2 ferocious beast generals were not weak. One was at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. They were both at the mid-stage. Now that Yi Xian was no longer presiding over the Magic Hall, the 2 of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Whoosh, whoosh, roar. Hiss. Inside the forbidden desolate land, the chains rattled, and the furious roars and howls of ferocious beasts rose and fell. At a glance, a massive nether cauldron that resembled a planet could be seen in the central stellar domain of the forbidden area. The 20,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior were extremely thick and were 500,000 kilometers long. They were wriggling like spirit snakes. In the surrounding void, there were many astral beasts standing there. Upon careful count, there were 20 existences at the level of primordial mighty figures. In addition, there were 2 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals. The 2 ferocious beast generals' cultivation levels were not weak. One of them was a blood-winged tiger at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, while the other was a blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. They were existences at the mid-stage. According to primeval Heaven's Eye estimated that with Yi Xian no longer presiding over the Magic Hall, the 2 of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Soon, the 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures charged into the nether cauldron and vanished. While, among the 2 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage raised its head and swallowed the nether cauldron that transformed into a beam of light. Following that, it raised its head and roared. Before its roar faded, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast and the blood-winged tiger charged out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the Magic Hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. At the same time, in the dark void on the left bank of the Milky Way, rip, the crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded as primeval Heaven's Eye rushed out of a void rift. Without stopping, it shot straight for the end of the void ahead. This was the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area located hundreds of billions of kilometers in that direction. Whale the Dragon Forbidden Area was similarly famous on the left bank of the Milky Way. With its current overall strength, although it was unable to enter the top 10 on the left bank, it could enter the top 100 like the primeval Forbidden Area. Arrival the Beast's Forbidden Areas and the Remnant Star Domain that were ranked in the top 10 on the left bank definitely had peak 9th stage Heavenly Dao realm experts presiding over them. The average person would not dare to provoke them as their statuses were just too high. The strongest person presiding over the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was the Whale Dragon mentioned by Primeval Heaven's Eye. Its cultivation level was the same as Primeval Heaven's Eye, at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, it was not far from the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Apart from this Whale Dragon, the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area had more than 10 Heavenly Dao realm astral beasts. They were all subordinates of the Whale Dragon, so their overall strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Arrival the Whale Dragon Forbidden Land had nearly 100 primordial supremes below the Heavenly Dao realm. For such a terrifying beast forbidden land to have such high-end combat strength, it would have been unimaginable in the past. Even when Yi Xian was hunting supremes of the primeval supremes, there was no doubt about the outcome if he encountered such a beast forbidden area. No matter how monstrous his means were, only death awaited him. However, such a situation was clearly impossible in the past. In the past, even in the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, there was only one Heavenly Dao realm astral beast. This, over the course of an epoch, The 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials born in the primordial chaos void had opened up several great worlds. After each great world was destroyed, the strongest experts in it led the remaining living beings in the great world to the two banks of the Milky Way. Formation they built various astral forbidden zones and remnant stellar regions. As they rested there, they waited for the Milky Way stellar region to open so that they could vie for the providence of the primordial chaos in the next epoch, and the primordial chaos forbidden area was the last great world to be destroyed. With its destruction, the upper echelons of the various astral domains and remnant stellar regions on both banks of the Milky Way realized that the end of the primordial chaos epoch was approaching. Only then did they emerge from their slumber. From the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was headed in a different direction from the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area's Magic Halls Forbidden Area on the left bank. To go from the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area, one had to circle around the end of the left bank. From there, one would head to the right bank of the Milky Way before heading to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area. While although the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area and the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area were both located on the left bank, the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area was located in the middle of the left bank. As for the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, it was located in the middle of the left bank. Therefore, the Bloodwing Tiger and the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast of the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area would definitely reach the Magic Halls Forbidden Area on the right bank first. As for the Primordial Heaven's Eye, it would need to head to the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area from the opposite direction first. After a short delay, it would turn around and head to the dark area at the end of the left bank before heading to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area. It would definitely arrive after them. Whoosh! A faint whistling sound could be heard. 2 days later, the Primordial Heaven's Eye finally arrived at the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He had a square face and a dignified expression. Back in the primordial chaos world, the Primordial Heaven's Eye had never changed its form. It had always appeared in its original form as a gigantic green eye that resembled a star. The green eye emitted a cold and sinister gaze that exuded an aura of disdain for everything. But now, the primordial chaos world had completely collapsed. Not long after the breakthrough, it had been devoured by the endless void turbulence. The so-called primordial chaos heavenly Tao had been reduced to an ordinary life form in the primordial chaos void. It was just that its cultivation level and strength stood at the top of the pyramid. Under such circumstances, it would have been fine if it was facing an existence weaker than it, but the whale dragon it was about to visit was like him. It was a whale dragon that was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. The primordial heaven's eye's sense of superiority no longer existed. Therefore, it was natural for it to transform into a green-robed remnant. Fellow Daoist, halt. At the edge of the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area's star domain, a deep voice sounded in front of it. A blue-robed elder stepped out of the void, and the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was that of a heavenly Tao realm 8th stage. Without a doubt, this existence that had also transformed into a remnant should be the strongest expert in the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, Whale Dragon. Since he was a heavenly Tao realm 8th stage, coupled with the fact that the primordial heaven's eye did not deliberately conceal its cultivation aura when it arrived, he naturally sensed it immediately. Such an existence was not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. Be it a visit out of goodwill or a visit with ulterior motives, it was definitely not something the other heavenly Tao realm experts in the Forbidden Zone could handle. Therefore, the powerful whale dragon had taken the initiative to appear. This must be fellow Daoist whale dragon. Fellow Daoist, there's no need to worry. I'm the primordial green eye of the primordial forbidden area in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way. When he reached the whale dragon, the primordial heavenly Tao Qin Yen stopped. A kind smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and continued, I have 2 reasons for coming here today. Firstly, I want to warn you about a great enemy. Secondly, I want to give you a good fortune. Warn of a powerful enemy? Give me an opportunity? 10 billion kilometers away, Whale Dragon's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile, I'd like to hear the details. Let's first talk about the opportunity that I'm giving you. Hong said. The desolate heaven Daoist nodded and continued with a faint smile. I'm sure you know that in this vast primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nesting stars. Every nesting star nurtures a powerful chaos demon god. Now, this primordial chaos era is almost over, and the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The 3,000 chaos demon gods nurtured in these 3,000 nesting stars will be born. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos era, existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the heavenly Dao realm. Fellow Daoist, I'm sure you understand the so-called stealing the heavens, but once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests sprouted, the nests would be shrouded and protected by a layer of invisible barrier, just like the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter at all. Now, someone is doing this. I don't know what method he used, but he can actually send his subordinates into the nesting star. Moreover, the primordial chaos void has naturally sensed this. It's fine if it's just once or twice, but this person is so daring as to do it again and again. In a short period of half a year, he had already stolen the primordial karmic luck of 35 source hive stars and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the source hive stars to replace the chaos fiend gods within them and enter deep slumber to be nurtured. It's also because of his repeated actions that the primordial chaos void has sensed it. In the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, there will be unprecedented strange thunder every 3 to 5 days. You and I are both incarnations of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world. You must understand the heavenly Tao's deduction technique. A few days ago, I used this technique to deduce the final result. 9 is the number of extremes, and the number of 9 is the ultimate. Every time this person steals the heavens and destroys the invisible barrier of the nesting star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void and be tainted with a trace of karma. And the limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the power of the primordial chaos void will explode instantly. Now, that existence has already made more than 30 moves. 1/3 of such opportunities have been used, but there are still more than 60 chances left. Although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void that enveloped the source hive stars and sent his subordinates into the source hive stars to carry out the sky stealing, there's one thing I'm sure of. That is, as long as we find this person and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. I'm willing to share the 60 or so chances of stealing the heavens with you 50-50. As for why it was you, fellow Daoist, and not the other peak-level heavenly Tao of the 8th level or even the 9th level on the left bank of the Milky Way, there is naturally a reason for this. What I'm going to say next is that I'm warning you about a great enemy. I wonder if you know of the cosmic berserk ape. At this point, a cold light flashed in Tian Dao Qing's eyes, and his face instantly darkened. This berserk ape was quite famous on both sides of the Milky Way many years ago. Back then he was just a tiny ant. In fact, he's only at the desolate supremacy realm now. Because he possesses some kind of heaven-defying secret technique that has no time limit, he can raise his cultivation by a large realm. That's why he has the combat strength of an 8th stage heavenly Tao. Not long ago, this child appeared again and caused quite a stir on the left bank of the Milky Way. Fellow Daoist, you must have heard of it. During the battle of the demonic wolf Forbidden Land, I joined forces with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm fellow Daoists but failed to hold him back. Not only does he have the Shenong treasure cauldron, he also has the 9-colored flame sea. He even has the blood sea mystic technique and the supreme divine power, the heaven-falling bow. Previously, this child collected the 5 elemental herbs and refined a heavenly Tao treasure medicine. Later on, he collected the 5 elemental herbs again. His goal is very likely to be to refine a primordial chaos treasure medicine suitable for peak heavenly Tao realm experts like us. And according to the reliable information I have, he has already obtained the metal, fire, earth, and wood elemental herbs in his second collection of the 5 elemental herbs. What's lacking is the water elemental herb. And fellow Daoist, you happen to be a water elemental connate ferocious beast. The dragon pearl in your body is the water elemental herb he needs. This child is naturally arrogant and unruly. He dared to kill that old freak, desolate supremacy when he was at the mighty figure realm. And now, his cultivation level and strength is the same as fellow Daoists, at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. There's no reason for him to not come knocking. Therefore, my choice is fellow Daoist. That's because there's no reason for you not to take action. This child is our common enemy. We need to cooperate sincerely to succeed. You mean to say, upon hearing that, a cold glint flashed in Whale Dragon's eyes as he continued the conversation. That existence that is searching for nests in the dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank? Is this galactic berserk ape? To be precise, it should be the Magic Hall's lord of the Magic Hall's forbidden land. Yixian. With a slight nod, primeval heavens, I continued. The so-called galactic berserk ape is just an avatar he uses to deceive others. This person is a human. Now, in the left region of the Milky Way's right bank, he has established a forbidden land for ferocious beasts. The Magic Hall's forbidden land under him is filled with all sorts of people. Not only are there ferocious beasts, there are also remnant experts. However, other than Yixian himself, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is only a perfected desolate supremacy, old pig spirit. Now, Yixian has led a group of trusted elites to the endless dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank in search of nests. Therefore, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is that old pig spirit. Upon saying that, the primordial heavenly Dao's green-eyed face revealed a smug look. After a pause, he continued, 2 days ago, I sent 2 mid-stage heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals from the primordial forbidden grounds. They led 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures to the Fiend Hall's forbidden grounds. They will definitely arrive there before me and fellow Daoist. The first thing they will do is to attack the Magic Hall's forbidden land. However, they won't attack immediately. This is to attack reinforcements. The Magic Hall's forbidden land was single-handedly built by the Lord of the Magic Hall, Yixian. Although this person has a violent temperament, he is also extremely inflexible. There are many of his trusted subordinates in the Magic Hall's forbidden land. As long as something happens in the Magic Hall, he will definitely rush back as soon as he receives the news. As for you and me, we can first determine his approximate location. Then, we can set up an ambush on the path he must take to reach the Magic Hall's forbidden land. At this point, Whale Dragon waved his hand. Since fellow Daoist already has a foolproof plan, what are you hesitating for? Let's set off immediately. Rip! The desolate heaven path's green eye no longer hesitated. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a crack appeared in the void on the right. The two looked at each other from a distance of 10 billion miles. Hand over after exchanging glances, they took a step forward and entered the crack in the void. Their figures disappeared in the blink of an eye.